in Nicaragua, using the Alien Enemies Act, a law giving wide powers to the president in times of war or invasion. The administration hopes to fast-track those deportations, sending migrants to a notorious prison in El Salvador. But this week, an appeals court ruled against the president's use of that law, at least temporarily, keeping in place a lower court's order halting some deportation flights.
This was an emergency Saturday hearing a couple of weeks ago where Judge Boasberg, that district court level, that basic first level of federal courts, had put together a temporary restraining order saying, no, I'm not saying you can't deport people. I'm not saying that you can't enforce the current law, but I'm saying that we're going to at least put a pause on you being able to use the Alien Enemies Act.
Shannon Bream is the anchor of Fox News Sunday and the host of the Livin' the Bream podcast.
Something that is a super ancient law, at least by U.S. standards. And there were real questions about how it was being applied with regard to these airloads of people that were taken out on the planes. So it went on appeal to the circuit court. And 2-1, like you said, the Trump administration lost. They're meeting Judge Boasberg's order stays in place. They're not supposed to be using the Alien Enemies Act. One of the judges had said, who ruled against the Trump administration, that Nazis were treated better during World War II than these folks who were loaded up and deported to Venezuela. Obviously, that did not sit well with the Trump administration or its supporters. So now, yes, it lands before the Supreme Court, and the clock is ticking. This temporary order is only supposed to be for a couple of weeks, so we will see if the justices now get involved and how they do so.
Is there any question in these courts about the use of the Alien Enemies Act? As you point out, this goes back to really the founding of the country. It has been used in wartime. It has been used in World War I. It was used in World War II to deport Japanese and Germans who were in the country. That was, I think, the point that judge who invoked Nazis was making. But those, I have heard critics say, were in times of a declared war. Is that part of what the Alien and Sedition Acts requires, or is there more nuance here?
Well, there's language that says war or an invasion, or there's some other similar language that the Trump administration is arguing, okay, well, we are under an invasion. We had an open border. They will argue under the Biden administration that clearly immigration laws were not being uniformly enforced. And now we've had this crush of people come across, and some of them are bad actors. Among the people who are just seeking a better life and coming here to escape oppression, there are a lot of people who took advantage of that situation. So they're trying to use the other language in the Alien Enemies Act that doesn't just strictly say a war, but some kind of incursion or invasion that they say we now meet the standards for that at our southern border.
And so what happens now? These deportations cannot happen under this law, but there are certainly other enforcement tools and authorities the president has to continue deporting bad actors, these folks that are accused of gang membership or have been convicted of very heinous crimes.
Yeah, and that's what Judge Boasberg wanted to make clear in one of these follow-up arguments and hearings that they've been having about these flights and these deportations. He says, I want to make clear, I'm not telling you these people had to be released into the U.S. Do you acknowledge that? Yes. Okay. I'm also not saying that you can't deport people under the regular process. So clearly I'm still leaving you a way to deport people. Yes, I acknowledge that. So what the judge is saying is you have other options. They may be more cumbersome. They may take more time. They may take more vetting. But you can do this under other authorities. It's not that you can't deport people. But what the Trump administration is hoping is that they will ultimately win a legal victory on using this particular law that's on the books, which would really expedite the process for the people if they want to get out of the country.
I mean, that's been the administration. It's the fastest way, is what the administration has argued, right?
Absolutely.
So I'll finish that part of this conversation with this, and that is kind of what are the options now in front of the U.S. Supreme Court?
Goodness, there are so many different things now pending before them, whether it's birthright citizenship. We imagine this Alien Enemies Act is getting there very quickly. Challenges to dismissing federal employees. So we know on birthright citizenship, they've actually allowed a little bit more time. The Supreme Court will say, okay, we need to hear from the other side. This is when the reply is due by, and they actually gave a couple of weeks. For them, that's a lot of time on the issue of birthright citizenship. For some of these other things, they've said, we got to hear from you right away. We need to hear within a couple of days. We need to hear.
This is in the weeds, but all of these cases right now are in the sort of temporary restraining order state. We're not even at the merits of
exactly
what the authority of the president is. We're just kind of trying to figure out, can they do this while the case moves forward or not, right?
You're exactly right. So getting to the merits on these is going to take longer, but we might get to this question quicker about whether these district judges, these hundreds of federal district court judges at very first level, any one of them can issue this nationwide or a universal injunction and shut down an entire program for the entire country. So we may get to that
House
question
Republicans
more quickly.
the House Republicans say they want a law.
Yeah, they're trying to legislate that. And there's talk on the Senate side as well that they want to incur some limits, imply some limits on these district judges and what they can and can't do. Whether the language will say you can only issue an injunction that includes the parties before you, actually, parties to the case, or in the geographic district that you cover. It'll be interesting to see how they try to get that done. But it looks like the Supreme Court is inching very closely to finally taking up that question itself.
It's going to be a busy few months for the U.S. Supreme
buckle up.
Court. They have an actual term too. They have stuff that's been on the docket
right,
for a
actual
long time.
pending cases. They're hearing cases right now that were already on the docket. They'll do that for another few weeks, and then of course we get to that crush to June where we get all of the final big opinions that were already on the docket. But as we said, so many added that they're going to have to deal with too.
Do you expect the Supreme Court to have to review this executive order that President Trump signed this week on federal elections? He wants basically to require states to ensure that there is a proof of citizenship for these voter rolls. They want to ensure that they are not counting mail-in ballots that arrive after Election Day. It's an interesting case, I think, or an interesting argument, only because, we don't have kind of with some limits. By and large, elections are kind of run by the states.
Right. The Constitution gives them that power.
This doesn't take that over, but it certainly, uses that threat of federal funding and other types of incentives for states to comply, right? So is this going to spark a legal challenge?
Absolutely. If it's not even filed,
I didn't even need
drafted,
to ask.
because that's definitely going to happen. You already have several of these states, state secretaries and others saying, we're going to do what we do. We're going to, suggesting non-compliance with this particular executive order.
Yeah.
So whether they non-comply, the feds then hold up their money and the states sue over the money, or some other procedure happens even more quickly than that. I think that there are, already lawsuits that I'm sure have been drafted with respect to this executive order. And so it does say proof of citizenship if you're going to register to vote in a federal election. And it also says things like, hey, all ballots have to be in by Election Day, and shortening the period for that. In some places, it is months in advance that you can vote now. Yeah. So it'll be very interesting to see which states stand up and say, like, nope, we're not going to change our procedures, and whether they sue the feds or the feds say, oh, no, you've said you're not going to apply, we're going to sue you.
I guess one of the questions I had is it's already illegal to vote in a federal election if you are not a citizen. So is this something that states would already be ensuring? I mean, I guess, or
well, they have different forms and ways of registering. For state and federal elections, the states do a lot of different things. The interesting thing that we know and that you and I have covered a million times is that more than 80% of Americans across all kinds of party and race and economic lines, when you ask them, do you favor voter ID? The overwhelming answer is yes. Yeah. So the American people have said with a pretty loud voice, I think some polls up to 83, 84%, they actually favor this. They want to feel like the elections are being held where every legal vote counts, every illegal vote does not count. So there are a few things you get to the American people at more than 80%, but, this is one of those.
All right, so let's finish with this, and that is, has the administration effectively moved beyond the Signal chat leak controversy?
Oh, they have. I don't think that most of the media or the left has. We know that, listen, Democrats are so frustrated. They have no numbers to be able to control things on Capitol Hill. They're using the courts in some cases effectively, at least to temporarily, maybe not long term, maybe slow down some of these President Trump policies. But this feels very much like an unforced error from the administration that the president, the White House, the Secretary of Defense, and others have said, okay, it happened. There was no classified information by their definition, and we're moving on, but we're going to, people will be held responsible. But I don't think that that's going to be good enough for Democrats at all. They see finally they have something that is resonating, that is taking up a lot of headline space in a news cycle that moves pretty quickly. They want to make sure this one has some legs.
So far, though, no indication that anyone's going to be, resigned or fired or anything like that. The president
Not
seems
yet.
to be pretty confident with his team.
Right. And remember in Trump 1.0 term, often right before somebody would be shown the door and he'd be asked, he'd be like, we'll just see what happens. Everything's fine. He hasn't been saying that we'll see what happens. It sounds like he's saying, no, I'm closing down forces around my team. I'm locking them in. Yeah. I don't think he wants to, even if he felt like Mike Waltz or somebody else needed to pay some kind of price. I don't think they want to give Jeffrey Goldberg a scalp, essentially, is the talk in Washington this morning. So that may actually help and insulate the people who were on that text chain.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thanks, Jared.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true, people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to plug 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
It's Friday, March 28th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha traveling to Greenland today as President Trump calls for the U.S. to take control over the Danish territory. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's in Mexico. She will meet with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. And HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. expected to hold a news conference regarding food dyes and proposed changes to SNAP. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We did it.
I never had a doubt. Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Cioli Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar. Online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff, create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow fell 155, the Nasdaq off 95, and the S&P 500 was down 19. That on tariff concerns after President Trump announced 25% tariffs on imported cars Wednesday. General Motors down over 7% Thursday. Ford down more than 3.8%, and Stellantis was down 1.25%. Gold was up, though. It closed at an all-time high of $3,060.20 an ounce. First-time unemployment claims down 1,000 this week to 224,000. Pending home sales up 2% in February, still down, though, 3.6% year-to-year. The country's gross domestic product for the fourth quarter increased by 2.4%. And this morning, an important inflation update. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index for February will be released. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
What started as a groundbreaking DNA testing company nearly 20 years ago, 23andMe, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection this week, prompting consumer alerts about the genetic data stored by the company. A far cry from the vision of co-founder and now former CEO Ann Wojcicki.
Oh, actually, there's nothing else like us.
She spoke to Fox Business's Stuart Varney in 2021, just days after the company went public.
23andMe is really about empowering individuals to get access to their genetic information and learning about their ancestry and their health. And then bringing everyone together, really crowdsourcing a whole new way of research that is going to do, research and drug discovery.
Wojcicki called genetics step one toward personalized health care. But after briefly being valued at up to $6 billion, the company has yet to turn a profit. and spent millions to settle a class action lawsuit over a 2023 data breach. Now, 23andMe plans to sell as part of the bankruptcy process, potentially putting the data of about 15 million customers in different hands. The attorneys general of both California and New York issuing alerts reminding consumers they have a right to delete their data.
But imagine this. Imagine your DNA is there.
Tech journalist Kurt Knudsen is known as Cyber Guy.
This is really super deep, private, precious data in your life that can be really manipulated in a variety of ways. It could be useful and it could also be harmful to you in the future. But imagine, let's say that a foreign adversary somehow becomes one hand in a buyer group that gets a hold of this data. What does that mean to you? What does it mean also if perhaps down the road an insurance company buys this data and they say, gosh, Lisa, I'm really sorry, but we're going to not extend this policy to you because you seem like too much of a risk based on what we can read of your genetic makeup in life.
Wow. And is there any, if some of those worst case scenarios happens, what kind of recourse is open to people, or does it depend on whether they, opted in to the company policy to allow research, for instance?
Well, today the company policy says that you as a user, regardless of where you live, can log on to your account and delete your information. You can also, what I would recommend if you're going to do that is download it all, then store it not in the cloud, but in a very secure spot that's like maybe a physical drive at home that then you lock away, because it is some useful information once they've done your DNA analysis. So that's today. Those are the rules today. What if a buyer that the court allows comes in and they say, nope, we're not going to let you delete your data anymore? Well, in a lot of states in the U.S., that's going to be a big problem because there's no laws protecting many Americans. California is different. You'll always have the right to that data. They followed the European Union with these types of rules in a really smart way that gives consumers the right to control their data and won't let these companies turn you and your really deeply private DNA data into essentially a monetized asset for them.
Right. That's such an important point because even though 23andMe will say today, hey, you can just go on and delete your information, that, again, that might not be an option in the future depending on what state you live in. Do I have that right?
Look, it was just a week and a half ago that 23andMe went in and they changed their terms and conditions, which of course are allowed to do because it says in their original terms and conditions, well, these are subject to change at our bequest. If we choose to do something to change the rules, we have that right. And they did. And they went in and they said essentially, they went in and tweaked it in a way that said you can no longer file a lawsuit against them in a court of law and expect a trial by jury or in front of a judge, but instead you're agreeing to arbitration to settle any disputes you may have in the future. Well, guess what? What if they do all kinds of massive damage, the buyer of this, and your DNA gets loose and then becomes a problem for you, and a costly problem of things we haven't even imagined yet? Well, what they're saying is unless you opt out of that within 30 days of first use, you agree to this arbitration. So I would recommend people opt out of that arbitration, whether they decide to delete their data from 23andMe or not.
Beyond the data, what about the actual DNA samples? How long are those stored for? Can you say, I want my sample, I want to go the extra mile and have my actual sample destroyed? And then how do you...
You cannot.
You can't.
You cannot. So they're not offering that you can destroy your sample. Again, laws in different states may dictate otherwise in how they operate, but where they operate now in the state of California, you cannot have your sample destroyed, but you can have it essentially turned into an anonymous sample. So you're not connected to it. But the buyer of this company, no matter what their intention is, will still know that it's you, Lisa. They'll still know when you gave that sample. They'll still know everything about what that DNA and genetic testing reveals about you.
Companies like this, they have all this sensitive information. Are you confident about how they're securing this information?
No, I don't trust them. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody in Silicon Valley. I don't trust big tech. I don't believe that anybody has our individual privacy in mind when they do things. I think they do that as a secondary obligation to doing business. But what they're out to do is really make money off of you. And any way they can do it. And usually it has to do with trading aspects of your life that you think may not be that important, but put little pieces of that together, and suddenly, your profile is for sale to the highest bidder.
Well, and also the health history factor, which is something that maybe not a lot of people are thinking about. I mean, some people may think, well, hey, who cares, who knows who my great uncle is, or if I'm, X percentage of this nationality. But then when you think about something like your health profile, that definitely opens up a different can of worms.
So in 2013, I decided as, a tech reporter, I'm going to do this to see what it's all about. And I spit into the thing and I FedExed it back to 23andMe. And sure enough, days later, I got my profile online and I was fascinated. I'm like, wow, it's right. My dad is from, my grandfather on my paternal side is from Sweden, and this looks completely right. But I didn't really know about my mother. She'd always say, I'm a mutt. I'm like, what does that mean? She goes, yeah, I just don't know where I'm from. So it really painted an interesting picture that was great. It was super insightful. But what it also revealed to me were some potential medical concerns I should have. And there were 3 on the list. And the big one that I sort of wish I didn't know was about, it says you have a really super high percentile of having macular degeneration bring about blindness in your life. Now imagine if laws change in the US and that health data gets out and I'm trying to go for new insurance. And the insurance company comes back and says, yeah, if we're going to cover you, we're just not going to cover anything related to your vision or eyes. And I'm really sorry, but most of all, we'll probably just deny you.
What about the law enforcement aspect of this? Because some genealogy sites have cooperated with law enforcement. There's been some court fights over that. When you opt in to allow research, for instance, does that automatically include approval for those kinds of investigations, or is that always separate and based on a warrant or a court order?
Well, whether you agreed to it or not in their terms and conditions, the companies agreed to abide by laws in their particular state, right, that may come at them. So let's say that there is a warrant from a court that is ruling in a company that is wherever their genetic base is located or their company is located, then they're going to comply. They're going to hand over your data. So a lot of people, it's so funny. A lot of people, I'll say this to, like, does that concern you at all? And they'll say, I don't have anything to hide. Well, you may not have anything to hide, but it may be used against you in the future for a variety of ways. It could be a civil lawsuit against you. It could be an ex that's accusing you of one thing or another. It could be a crime where they're not sure who the culprit is, and somehow you're in this web and they're saying, well, part of your DNA kind of looks like it could be you. You just don't know how this data is going to be used in the future. So why should somebody else have control of that data that really is your genetic makeup? So I don't think any of us, including me in 2013, thought how deeply damaging this could be down the road in things that we just haven't even seen yet. But I will tell you now, I logged on, and I was going to delete the data. I had already downloaded it. So I re-downloaded it, and then I thought, I'm not going to pull that trigger just yet because I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen with 23andMe. I don't know who the buyer's going to be, but I do know this. There's a giant question mark, and it could be something amazing that happens in the future, or it could continue to just be a giant privacy concern.
What's the bottom line here, then, for anyone who is, concerned about their personal information stored by this site or by a similar company?
Bottom line here is the U.S. culture, especially the fact that we enjoy a lot of services like that of Google and whatnot for free, really isn't free. You're trading something off. So it's your turn, and it's actually your responsibility to manage your own privacy. And my big thing is always lock up your tech. If you're not even sure, then lock it down. What does that mean? It means don't share so much. Don't put so much stuff out there just because these tech companies want you to, just because they're encouraging us to post in social where we are, how much fun we're having, how our life is a lot better than everybody else's. Don't necessarily do that. And if you choose to do that, make it private. Make it just with those you want to share that with. Don't go with the default settings that say, oh, yeah, I opt into whatever. I opt into the default of sharing with everyone. So in this particular case, like all data that we're giving up, or like every time we touch a device connected to the internet, make sure it's secure, that it's locked down, that you have the latest software updates on it that protect you. And even I'd take a step further and say, what kind of protection did you add to your phone, your tablet, your computer today, since we know these companies don't really look after us and threats are happening so fast that even the Apples of the world that we thought were engaged in great sense of privacy for the consumer, they can't keep up with it. So take your privacy and security seriously. Keep control of it yourself. Why should somebody else be in charge of that? Why would you leave your front door open? Why would you go put your bank account statements out on your front door, taped to it so anybody could walk up and see them? That's sort of how everybody's living now. And I would say that you've got to really be conscious of locking your data down in a variety of ways.
Cyber guy Kurt Knudsen, I'm so glad we have you to help us. Thank you very much for your time.
Lisa, always good to talk to you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Dozens of people trapped in a collapsed building after an earthquake in Thailand when a massive 7.7 quake rocked it and Burma today. This was followed by several powerful aftershocks. Wildfires raging across the Carolinas with many residents ordered to evacuate. This winery owner is among those relocating.
Taking out the things that are of sentimental value, things that aren't replaceable, if you will, and the things that would allow us to operate as a winery at our other facilities.
Flash flooding in southeast Texas prompting the National Weather Service to warn people there to seek higher ground. And the top Republican and Democrats on the Senate Armed Services Committee requesting an investigation into how information was leaked when national security officials used the Signal app to discuss planned military strikes in Yemen. A judge ordering those on the chat to save their texts. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Sometimes you just have to shake a team's hand and realize it was their night. 2-seed Alabama turned it on in the second half against 6-seed BYU, beating the Cougars 113-88 Thursday night in the Sweet 16. The Crimson Tide were unconscious from deep, making an NCAA tournament record 25 threes, breaking the record set by Loyola Marymount in 1990. Alabama was led by senior guard Mark Sears, who had 34 points and was 10 of 16 from beyond the three-point line. The Crimson Tide have advanced to the Elite Eight in consecutive years for the first time in program history. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I never thought I'd say this about Joe Rogan, but DVAP. I mean, we're not going to Canada? I mean, Canada? Am I the only one that just has a hard time taking Canada seriously? And anything like them getting upset about being the 51st state because it's a joke. Whoever he's on the podcast with was laughing about it too, being the 51st state. It's never going to happen.
Governor.
We're not invading Canada anytime soon. And I just think you're giving Canada too much respect.
It's like
by boycotting a trip to Canada. Like, they're not going to do anything to you in Canada. It's Canada. Don't pay Canada enough respect to boycott travel into Canada. If you don't want to go to Canada, I'm fine with that. I don't want to go to Canada. I'm not going to Canada. But if I was paid to do a UFC event and they wanted me in Canada, I wouldn't want the reason to be, well, I really hate that Justin Trudeau and some of their policies, so I'm going to boycott Canada? Who cares? You're giving Canada too much respect.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. With uncertainty about tariffs, investors have been looking for a safe bet, and they're buying gold. It hit a new all-time high of $3,069 an ounce Thursday. Goldman Sachs is predicting it can make it up to $3,300 an ounce this year. Inflation remains at a disquieting level for the Fed, and Friday's release of the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index is forecast to show signs of stickiness. The PCE will offer a snapshot of real price pressures and economic activity leading up to next week's planned reciprocal tariffs. In another sign that consumers are cutting back, Lululemon Athletica is giving a disappointing outlook, saying fewer people are buying its yoga wear. It says it'll try to lift demand by adding gear for sports like golf, tennis, and running. Lululemon has also been dealing with changing fashion trends, with shoppers now preferring looser clothes, not the brand's more form-fitting style. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Ready, set, stroll. Fans 55 and over are invited to circle the diamond during Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases following the Phillies game against the Giants on Thursday, April 17th at 4:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss the Party of the Year. Come celebrate the Citizens Fanatic birthday on Sunday, April 20th at 1:35 when the Phils take on the Marlins. And kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic widget hat. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through. Always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, March 28th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Farish Friday. Sean Farish will join us coming up from Tennessee for What's on the Cut Sheet, which will begin at 7:45. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
We made it.
Woo!
Last Friday of March. It'll be April before you know it. Gregory, hello.
What do those hack morning shows do? Hey, it's a Friday dance, baby, everybody. It's Friday. Woo-hoo-hoo.
We made it through the work week.
Yeah, let's play Take This Job and Shove It. Woohoo. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drums all day. Yeah.
I always love those, especially the music shows. You hear them, it's like, it's only Tuesday, but we'll get through it together. I'm like, is it really that bad? Get through what? Binge watching The View?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. If you love what's the old adage? If you love what you do for a living, you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah.
It's very true. We have a lot to get to today. A big take on deportations with illegal immigration tied into the Tesla firebomb terrorist apprehended, making America safe again. That'll be the theme of the big take today. Also, Elon Musk and a bunch of Doge dudes, they sat down with Brett Baer last night. I don't know how you could be against the mission statement of Doge.
They're all billionaires.
I know. It's all these billionaires like,
Isn't that
you know
depressing?
what?
I mean, they were like...
Makes me motivated.
Yeah.
Some of those guys, it's like, are they even 30?
I know. We'll see how the media in the mainstream is framing last night's what I thought was a very insightful 30 minutes. We'll talk about that this morning as well.
I thought they were all a bunch of
Yeah, where's all the 19-year-olds?
Where's, what's his name? Big Balls.
Yeah, where's Big Balls and Harry Balls and
Big Balls?
The whole squad.
Yeah.
I guess they were playing Call of Duty last night in their dorm rooms. But we'll talk about it. Also, I think we're going to be getting out in front of a story that hasn't gained a ton of traction, although a few outlets are talking about it, and it has to do with Pete Hegseth and a tattoo. We'll talk about that this morning. Joe and Kamala in the news again. A story from Florida. And also, if we have time, a.k.a. we will not have time, but if we do, I saw this interesting story about how to enhance the movie theater experience from Variety.
Yeah.
I want to talk about this a little bit.
Don't go. That's how you enhance the movie theater experience. You watch movies in the comfort of your own home.
Yeah. Yeah, sadly, I think you are correct.
John Brazier coming in at 9:32 to talk opening
That's
day.
correct.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yes, and we'll get to that score and that final coming up right now because it's time for the news, the weather, the sports, the violence. It's all wrapped into one. Round number one of the news at 6:03, the great Dawn Stenzelin.
And good morning this Friday morning, March 28th, and 6 a.m. news sponsored this morning by First Bank. In the news this morning, we do have this Kensington church fire. Firefighters on that scene. A lot of fires lately. There's also another breaking story about an earthquake overseas. So just getting that one in with at least 2 people killed. 2 people unaccounted for after flames ravaged that 3-story home in Philadelphia's Germantown neighborhood. That started last night in the area of Musgrave and Brinton Streets. So the Philadelphia Fire Department's acting fire chief saying that 3 people able to get out of the twin homes safely, while a couple were told of senior citizens they remain unaccounted for still this morning. So this was a huge fire. Crews had to focus on extinguishing the flames from the outside, obviously, because it was just by the time they got there, this was fully engulfed. Crews were able to get the fire under control at some point before midnight, but we don't have, like I say, word of the 2 people unaccounted for, so still looking for that one. A big jury verdict in a case that goes back many years. Larry Krasner, the district attorney, speaking out yesterday afternoon, holding a news conference. Why? Well, because in this one, these are 3 former, now retired detectives, ages 75 to 80 years of age. Jurors handing over a mixed verdict in this perjury case of these 3 former Philadelphia homicide detectives. So prosecutors, under the direction of Larry Krasner, the DA there, alleging that these former detectives actually fabricated a murder confession, or forcing that confession. They were being accused by the DA, the ADAs, they're the prosecutors, of planting evidence and then lying about it under oath in the 2016 retrial of a man named Anthony Wright. So the jury siding yesterday, and this happened minutes before noon yesterday. I reported it as breaking news that the verdict was coming down right before the Dom show. So this was like 11:55, something like that. But the jury ultimately sided with the defense on all of those claims, as far as planting the evidence and that sort of thing. But so exonerating all 3 of the perjury charges related to the accusations of some kind of a coerced confession, planting the evidence, that sort of thing. Former homicide detective Martin Devlin, he was fully exonerated by this jury, cleared of all charges brought against him. His attorney, Brian McMonigal, one of the most prominent attorneys on the East Coast, if not in the nation, speaking after the verdict was read, saying this about his client, saying that Martin Devlin spent 45 years trying to right terrible wrongs and was innocent of these charges. But the 2 other defendants, these other 2 former homicide detectives, Manuel Santiago as well as Frank Jastrzemski, they were found guilty of charges stemming from their knowledge of any DNA evidence. So jurors convicting Manuel Santiago of a different perjury type charge for his testimony about knowledge of DNA evidence, and a charge of false swearing. As far as Frank Jastrzemski, he was cleared of the perjury charges related to a search warrant, but was found guilty on that count of false swearing for his testimony about the DNA evidence. Now, their attorneys, Frank Perry, as well as Fortunato Perry Jr., speaking following the verdict, and it was a busy afternoon yesterday, saying that with respect to the perjury having to do with the DNA, it's clear from the testimony for both men that they were confused as to what their DNA meant at that time. So they are planning an appeal, and they both said they are confident that on appeal, when you look at this, that they are confident their clients would that would be appealed successfully. So they're already in the throes of that. As far as Mr. Wright, he was convicted of rape and the murder of 77-year-old Louise Talley. This goes all the way back to 1991, Nicetown. Wright's 1993 conviction overturned when the DNA implicated another man who later died. So Wright was tried again, but then acquitted in 2016. So if you remember, that was Seth Williams, was the DA at the time. And some had said it was controversial that they even retried him because there was concrete DNA evidence. So in this one, DA Krasner speaking out yesterday and was asked about his thoughts on the jury's rejection of the prosecutor's assertion that detectives framed Mr. Wright and then coerced a conviction. And so he was speaking out about that. He said, I can say we have one detective convicted of perjury and false swearing, serious offenses. A second detective convicted of false swearing. He said, quote, I will leave it to that. So in this case, both of the former detectives, they face sentencing and jail time, and that sentencing would be set for June. However, we know that the attorneys, there's an appellate process. So we'll follow it for you. I know it's a bit complicated of a case, but it's a huge case with a lot of ramifications here in Philadelphia. In particular, think about the DA's race coming up. So we'll see what Krasner's opponent, Pat Dugan, former Judge Pat what Dugan has to say about that. So stay tuned on that one.
The one that Krasner's going to win again?
What's that?
The one that Krasner's going to win again?
Well, I mean, I don't know who's going to win. So I will, I'm just trying to, it's a lot. There are a lot of details that goes back. I don't know if anybody got Seth Williams, the former DA, yesterday and asked him about the case, because there were people even reporting that it was, looking back at 2016, interesting that he chose to retry the case against Wright. So we have that going on. Leaders of the school district of Philadelphia, by the way, unveiling that $4.6 billion budget for the district. This is just Philadelphia County, and they expect a budget shortfall, a big one, of more than $300 million for the coming fiscal year. So remember that COVID money has since run out. And remember, part of this is we have a huge level of population loss. So less kids, less money for each kid. Superintendent Tony Watlington saying that he was laying out his solution to the board, but if they don't get more money from the state, he says they will have to make cuts. Bottom line here. So we have that one going on for sure. Our good news of the day, our Phils, and this is, exciting news with Bryce Harper, first for him, as Bryce Harper in D.C., and once again, just an exciting game, even for yesterday's big opener. Obviously, the home opener on Monday, but opening day for a 7-3 victory over the Nationals.
Yeah, baby.
And you drive in the city this morning, and you just feel that fire, the Phils. I'm so excited. John Brazier's going to be here.
Did you see all
Boathouse
the red
Row.
with all the skylines?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Boathouse Row, the entire city lit up in red.
Mm-hmm. I loved it. By the way, that was until they started going after the 5th or 6th inning. That was painful for a while. Phillies had, I think the starting pitcher for the Nationals struck out 12 batters and was just cruising along. I was bored out of my skull.
It was some sort of record, right, where they had so many strikeouts, but they still won or something?
Yeah. Yeah, it was amazing. And then kaboom.
Whatever, we won.
Harper and Schwarber. Bang, bang.
You know I hate baseball. I love baseball. But I hate baseball because they have today off.
I know. It's
what are we
the
doing?
Dumbest. Well, it's because they always prepare for a possible weather day.
I know.
With the season being so. This is why the baseball season shouldn't start until the end of April.
Exactly.
Because cold weather baseball sucks unless it's the playoffs.
And
don't you wish it was Saturday though?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I wish that was a home game. That was a home game.
Oh,
but then Monday
perfect.
is their home game, and then they have off Tuesday.
Yep. That's why we should always start out either on the West Coast or in a dome.
But the weather isn't looking great for Monday.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, so today's 64 degrees and mostly sunny for your Friday. Saturday, sunny, 80 degrees. Sunday, 73 with clouds moving in, a chance for some rain then. So Monday is still 72 degrees. And yeah, we could see some rain. I don't see it as a washout, but at least it's not going to be raw and rainy, for Monday. So it'll be cloudy, scattered showers, but not, you know what I mean? It's not horrible, Greg.
Yeah, okay.
It's
great.
72.
Okay, great.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Greg is like,
Okay.
We
all right.
We got the Phils. We don't have to talk about. Okay, the Flyers did win.
It's the first game without torts, and they won.
We did report. What
We're gonna
time
run
was
the
that?
table now.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, it was
morning,
late in the show.
And Phil Almquist on our group text, he's fired.
Yeah.
Tort's fired. So we're sorry, John.
He's
41 years of incompetence.
Oh, it is not. Will you stop it?
I will never see a winter sports team win anything in this city.
Well, Will Smith was at the Sixers game.
So that makes me feel better.
The other night.
Yeah. Was he playing center? Or no?
But he helped Joel.
He did?
He rang the bell.
Yeah.
Ring my bell.
Yeah. The Phillies rung the bell yesterday.
They did.
Hashtag ring the bell.
Yeah.
We are ringing the bell for First Bank, ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner. You can count on First Bank for personalized support, smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. So thank you, First Bank, for our first newscast of Kayal & Company News Live this Friday morning.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Veteran-owned Anderson Mechanical Corporation is growing rapidly and has career opportunities available. If working for a company built on integrity, discipline, and work ethic is important to you, call them today. Veterans highly encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com. The Big Take is coming up next, but first, a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America, because when you're choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and your pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. You can join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Call Natural Lawn today at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Keswick Theater welcomes The Rascals on April 18th, Almost Queen on May 10th, and Harry Chapin's Greatest Stories live on May 17th. Tickets are on sale at keswicktheater.com. That's keswicktheater.com.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
This March, during Hester Chevy's Truck Month, get a new 2024 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Work Truck C71 SSV, just $43,999. Or lease a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT with 2.9% APR for 72 months. Looking for another great lease offer? A 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT lease for just $199 a month for 36 months. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more. And as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
You're the kind of person you meet at certain dismal dull affairs. Sitting out the crowd talking much too loud, running up and down the stairs. Well, it seems to me that you have said too much in too few years. And though you try, you just can't hide your eyes are edged with tears.
621, Kayal and Company, Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day, perhaps a 3-day weekend. Sean Farish at 7:45 for the last installment this week of The Cut Sheet. John Brazier from the Philadelphia Phillies coming up in studio at 9:30 this morning. But right now, let's get down to business. One last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Defy, detain, and deport. The Trump administration got back to playing offense yesterday after a rough few days of negative publicity as protecting America took center stage once again. And in my opinion, there's no question when it pertains to illegal immigration, the southern border, ICE, and deportations, the Trump administration gets an A+. If you look at all of the campaign promises and the results to date, the border and immigration have been a resounding success. Kristi Noem had the ultimate FAFO flex as she stood in front of El Salvador gang members in their hardcore prison. We played you that video on the cut sheet. Next up, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Two major apprehensions made on Thursday, one of which occurred late in Kayal and Company, as the anti-American crusade got smashed. First, it was the capture of a notorious MS-13 gang member. Then it was the arrest of the Las Vegas Tesla firebomber. And the message is crystal clear. If you are here illegally and you're anti-American, either leave or you'll be shown the exit. And if you're committing hate crimes or domestic terrorism, Your days of roaming the streets with civilians are numbered. First, though, we begin with a top MS-13 leader that was arrested in Virginia, just south of Washington, D.C. The 24-year-old El Salvadorian national is identified as Henry Villatoro Santos. According to the FBI, he is one of the top 3 in control of MS-13. Here is Attorney General Pam Bondi addressing the news after this big victory. Listen and watch.
So first, many had been identified. They've been living here. Many had been identified. Living here, they were let freely into our country. All of these illegal aliens. I had gone to that border in September. Nothing humane was happening at that border. Passports stacked everywhere. Everywhere, from every country you can imagine. People freely walking across our borders, fighting age men coming into our country. And this is the result of Joe Biden's open border policy. What our country has been plagued with. But from the second Donald Trump took office, he said he is going to make America safe. He shut down our borders. And now it's our job to get these people out of our country as fast as we can. And this coordinated group effort, this task force that has been put together, is making a difference here, and it will make a difference around the country. That's why you're seeing so many arrests so fast, because we will not have another Lake and Riley. We are going to catch them, we are going to apprehend them, and they are not going to like where they are going.
Nice work out of Pam Bondi. Here's the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. We gave you a little bit of him yesterday late in the show. Here's more of Kash laying the law down after a very impressive beginning to making America safe again. Listen and watch.
This task force is going to go everywhere it is needed across the United States to bring the form of justice and measured security and safety that our American citizens deserve. It is an America First model because we live in the United States of America. And if you are here illegally, you will not be here any longer. And if you are going to continue to commit acts of violent crime, you will meet the same fate that this individual did this morning.
I must say, it is quite refreshing seeing the Attorney General and the head of the FBI going after real criminals, not political adversaries like Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray did for multiple years of the Biden administration. And speaking of the Biden administration, one man feeling a major sigh of relief is outgoing Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. Listen and watch this.
But most importantly, it's this effort that has been enabled by the Trump administration. President Trump said, get the bad guys. I've been working on this literally for the first 3 years of our administration with little to no help from the senior leadership in the federal government and the Biden administration. On day one, we went to work signing a 287G memorandum. It took us 20 hours to get it done.
It's taken Trump under 2.5 months to make America drastically safer and closed for business when it comes to crossing the southern border. But deporting them, that remains a sticking point. The Washington Post reporting with this headline, Appeals Court upholds temporary block on Alien Enemies Act deportation. And of course, if you've been paying attention, this all stems from that federal district judge, James Boasberg, and his temporary restraining orders blocking the deportations under the Trump administration. But if you think that is political and infuriating, which it is, and anti-American, which it is, get a load of this story. Police in upstate New York now are facing backlash for assisting ICE. Multiple officers in Rochester, New York, under fire from Democrat leaders after they reportedly responded to an emergency request from federal immigration agents during a traffic stop. The local officers are now being accused of violating the city's sanctuary policies. Here is Fox Rochester with the report. Listen and watch.
On that traffic stop, Mayor Evans says RPD officers verbally directed the occupants to exit the vehicle and then helped handcuff him. That's where he says city police went too far. It happened early Monday evening near here, Whitney Street off Lyle Avenue on the city's west side.
The Rochester Police Department received an emergency request for backup at the scene of a traffic stop.
A request from Border Patrol officers who had stopped a van. Chief David Smith says when a police supervisor arrived, he canceled the emergency response based on what he saw.
From watching the body-worn camera footage, what is concerning to me is, despite the fact that we were called, we went lights and siren, I see in the video a total lack of urgency on the part of multiple Border Patrol officers at the scene.
Smith says Border Patrol should have initiated contact with those in the car, but instead it was RPD. The mayor says city officers acted outside their scope.
The officers on the scene were verbally directed the occupants to get out of the vehicle. And this is against our policy.
Rochester's Sanctuary City resolution was passed in 1986 and was later reaffirmed in 2017. That and RPD's General Order 502 prohibits RPD from enforcing federal immigration law, but allows for certain levels of assistance, only to ensure the safety of those involved.
We are not to be handcuffing subjects. We are not to be doing pat frisks on subjects. And we are absolutely not going to be detaining them or putting them into our...
What a disgrace that is. And that could happen here in Philadelphia, another sanctuary city. And now we have police saying that Border Patrol agents didn't act aggressively enough. A mayor and a chief of police on the side of the sanctuary city policy. So let me guess, the district attorney probably on board as well. This madness with sanctuary cities and illegal immigrants, especially ones that commit crimes or violent acts, has to stop. It's common sense to end the absurdity of protecting illegal violent offenders. Perhaps an executive action? Here was Donald Trump just 2 days ago talking about an EO that will trigger the left. Listen and watch.
We're looking at one, I will tell you right now, that I think perhaps will be controversial, but not with the people, and that's sanctuary cities. We're going to end sanctuary cities for some of these jurisdictions that aren't cooperating with law enforcement. They're guarding criminals. They're taking the rights away from the citizens of this state and their city, and we're going to be ending sanctuary cities if we find it necessary to do in certain major areas, and we may just end the entire thing altogether because it's just a way of protecting criminals, and nobody else is benefited by that. And for some reason, Democrats want to keep and they want to shield criminals from being sent back to their countries or being sent to prison. And in the meantime, the crime rate has gone through the roof. Under Biden, it was through the roof. It's starting to come down, but we're taking a lot of people out of here. So we may be presenting you very shortly with a executive order ending sanctuary cities.
I can't wait for that day to happen. And why do Democrats want to protect these individuals? Because they're hoping that they will be a voter in the years to come. Of course, a federal judge will step in, but I love the effort. Lastly, though, it was a great day for protecting Tesla owners and hopefully setting a precedent that domestic terrorism or a hate crime will not be tolerated. The headline coming down, man arrested in Molotov cocktail attack at the Tesla shop in Las Vegas is now facing federal charges. Paul Kim, 36, is facing arson charges after firebombing Teslas. Phil, if you could roll the video footage from the Las Vegas Review-Journal, please, that would be great. According to reports, as you watch this on YouTube, the accused terrorist is believed to have pulled out a gun and shot the cars along with the ignition of Molotov cocktails. Quote, he used what appeared to be multiple Molotov cocktails and firearms to conduct the attack. That, according to LVMPD Assistant Sheriff Dory Corin. 5 vehicles were damaged in the incident, and Kim was booked on 15 counts. Bill Maluzhin of Fox News reports Las Vegas Metro Police say that a search of the Tesla firebombing suspect Paul Kim's social media shows him with potential communist and pro-Palestinian affiliations. Surprise, surprise. They say they have a DNA match and showed video of him using a rifle to shoot out surveillance cameras before setting off the attack. Hey, Paul, since you hate America so much, how about you get the hell out of this country? Nobody's stopping you. It's time for law and order and America First policies. We have the right president. We have Bondi. We have Patel. We have Homan. We have Noam. Now we just need to end the political nutbags of left-wing mayors, DAs, and judges. Easier said than done, but it's a start, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. 855-839-1210, the phone number. If you want to jump in, you can send us a message on X at 1210 WPHT, or let it rip in the YouTube chat. You can even hate on Phil Almquist if you like. All right, Don Stenzelin, your thoughts on MS-13, all these Tesla terrorists. Thought it was a good day for the administration to kind of get back on offense and do what they have been pledging to do, and that's letting cops be cops and rocking bad guys' world.
Yeah, I think this goes over very well with the American people. I think it's popular. I mean, I can't speak for other parts of the country or New York State, but here in Philadelphia, I don't see that kind of, as far as the sanctuary city status, you don't hear the mayor talk about it. You don't hear anybody talk about it.
You think she's not on board with the concept?
I think that this mayor has said that she is, and that was why one of the reasons I think she won, even over against far left, progressive, popular, then considered popular Philadelphia City Council members. I mean, let us not forget AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders. Who were they endorsing? Helen Kim. Remember her?
Yep.
And so those individuals did not win here. And part of this is, and I don't know, what was it, Rochester? I don't know what their population or what their, mix is as far as who lives there, whatever. But I just think here in Philadelphia, it doesn't, this idea that resources would go toward people who are here illegally, when we have the crime, when we have the problems and cutbacks we have, it's very different here.
Yep.
And so I do not see those types of things that might happen in other woke places. And by the way, it is one of the reasons that a lot of people stayed home and didn't vote, or maybe voted a different way, particularly in the African American community, particularly for African American men. I just don't see that happening here in Philadelphia. I really
hope you're
don't.
right. I hope you're right. I would like to see this this madness end, and certainly, there will be a lot of screaming if Trump does come through with that executive order. Once he puts Sharpie to paper, the left will lose their mind and start up with, well, it's racist and nobody's illegal and all of that. So I would expect that to be on the way. We'll see if Trump signs that executive order maybe as early as next week. 855-839-1210. So it was a very busy day yesterday. The Phillies were on at 4 o'clock. I was getting ready to watch. I had to take my girls to dance. I made my daughters listen to the radio broadcast of Scott Fransky. They wanted to blow their head off. That's not a shot at Scott. That's the fact that young kids today have no respect for the nostalgia of baseball on the radio.
Nobody does it better than Fransky.
Nobody. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to replace Harry Kalas.
Really
but man,
is.
That guy is doing it at a great rate.
Yep.
So
I mean, right now, nobody does it better.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So my girls were ready to blow their head off.
I'm going to disagree with you on kids. I think my sons love it, and I'm a Mimi, Emmeline, they're going opening day.
Yeah.
Like, I just think it depends on the kid. Your girls are dancers.
Yeah, 10-year-old female dancers.
So Emmy,
not interested in baseball on the radio.
Right. So Emmy, 10-year-old, but she's a huge athlete. She does all the flag football, and she's a soccer star. So I think it depends on, what the kids are into.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, sure. Maybe my girls, when Olivia
They're
gets
young.
older, she might be into it.
Yeah.
But they wanted no part of it last night. And I'm like, you will appreciate the great American pastime. Daddy used to fall asleep with the transistor radio under his pillow listening to Harry Kalas.
We got to get them some pink Phillies, the bling bling.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Get them into it.
Definitely. So I got back from dropping them off at dance. I caught the end of the Phillies when they finally started to hit the ball a little bit. And then I was watching, before the Sweet 16 came on last night, the Brett Baer interview with Elon Musk and Doge. And I thought it was really good. I mean, I thought that group came off very well from, hey, we're smart people. We're successful people. We're going to tell you about all the ridiculousness with Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the absurd spending. And to me, the theme has been, if you are mad that Elon Musk went from being a Democrat to being a Trump supporter and a significant player in this administration, you hate everything about him now. But I just don't understand, as a tax-paying American citizen, if you have America First values and you're tired of seeing our nation with inflation and a deficit of $36 trillion, how you can be opposed to the entire concept of this when this was an Obama idea 14 years ago that he never delivered on, but he talked about. Everybody was silent back then. Oh, no problem with that. Yeah. Now a Republican does it with Elon Musk as kind of the face and the voice of the operation, and it's hysteria. I know we have some clips, but I just want to mention these headlines because you can see the slant to this. The New York Times 9 hours ago. Elon Musk and Doge aides try a charm offensive in Fox News interview. NBC News, Elon Musk's Doge tries to put new faces on its reclusive federal office. Politico, an Apple Store government, and other takeaways from Musk's interview on Fox. The USA Today, kind of only the slightly neutral, respectable headline of, quote, "This is a revolution. Musk shrugs off Doge criticism and defends the department." So that's the kind of slant that you're getting from that. You wanted to play some clips here, Greg?
So, yeah, just the whole thing, I think, was summed up by this one clip. When you think about the federal government, what they spend, how much money they spend on certain things. And, you know, you guys talk about shopping at Aldi all the time. Nick,
He's discovered it.
I saw
that I told him where it was.
I saw a text on Sunday morning from Nick Kayal saying that how much eggs were, and Dawn said, "Yeah, Larry was just there, and it was this." So
they dropped by $1 a dozen.
So we all shop for better prices. Apparently, the federal government doesn't, because this is the most telling clip of the entire 30-minute interview yesterday. Roll it.
For you, what's the most astonishing thing you've found out in this process?
The sheer amount of waste and fraud in the government. It is astonishing. It's mind-blowing. We routinely encounter wastes of $1 billion or more, casually. For example, like the simple survey that was literally a 10-question survey that you could do with SurveyMonkey, cost you about $10,000, the government was being charged almost $1 billion for that.
For just the survey?
$1 billion for a simple online survey, do you like the national park? And then there appeared to be no feedback loop for what would be done with that survey. So the survey would just go into nothing. It was like insane.
A $10,000 survey that you can do on SurveyMonkey was costing us, the taxpayers, $1 billion.
$1 billion.
Crazy.
It is just ridiculous. And the concept behind it and the content, including, do you like this national park?
Yeah.
Are you serious? How can anybody that pays taxes be on board with this? We're all sitting here saying, I'd love to have more money. I have never met anybody that likes to give up 18%, 25%, 35% of their paycheck to the government. Never met somebody that loves the idea. This guy's trying to save America from being in financial ruins, and you're mad about it.
Every company, every 6 months, goes through, okay, let's go through your line of expenditures. Is there something, this person is charging us X for this? Is there somewhere else we can get it cheaper? But apparently the federal government doesn't do that. Every business does that.
That's the shocking piece of this. So not only is this the fleecing of America where they just throw around the money, but on top of it, we learned early on from the Doge team that, in fact, nothing is even traceable. So you get a paycheck, it has a number on it. Everything has a number associated to it, so you can do these audits. And even in the city of Philadelphia, and remember under Jim Kenney, the auditor came in and said, where's all the money? I mean, even in cities like Philadelphia, there's somebody somewhere that's a comptroller, that's looking into things. So not only did they blow the money, but they made it so there's no way to track and do the audits.
Yeah. The federal government with our money is like my kids with the leftover wrapper from the cheese stick that they just ate. They just discarded. They have no regards for it. Well, it might be under the couch. We don't really know.
That's bad parenting.
It's just awful. I see one more damn wrapper. 855-839-1210. We'll continue this conversation.
It's like a therapy session
on
for
the
Nick.
other side. It is. I always bring it back to my own debacles. Let me tell you about our friends at Piazza Auto Group. They're not a debacle. They are the best. And they just rolled out a brand new vehicle courtesy of Acura. The all-new 2025 ADX. Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation. I can't wait to try it myself. A turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology, the Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. And best of all, it's now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester with leases as low as $389 per month, $389 per month. Check it out today. Visit PiazzaAcura.com for the latest details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater April 5th. Proceeds support the Abington Police Foundation and St. Luke's School. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. CNC's offer goes until the end of March, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations only through March 31st.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I think it was. And from there, it didn't take him long.
It's Kayal and Company, 6:48 Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. Cut sheet with Sean Farish. That's coming up an hour from now. John Brazier from the Phillies as we come down the stretch in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to continue here with Elon Musk in a moment, but I just wanted to pass along this story. It is now officially a hate crime in Washington, D.C. if you vandalize or destroy Teslas. The mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser's D.C. government, according to Politico, add this to the long list of blue state entities cornered into genuflecting before Donald Trump. Politico writes, in the face of Republican threats to take over the self-governing Capitol, the city administration has spent 2025 trying to accommodate White House priorities on supposedly local policies ranging from graffiti abatement to street murals. This week may have brought the most Trump-pleasing move yet. The vandals accused of writing anti-Elon Musk graffiti on Tesla windshields, D.C. police have said, will now potentially be on the hook for hate crimes.
I don't like the term hate crimes.
No?
I want to be consistent with this. I didn't like it when it was applied against people who, I beat this person up because of their color, or because of their ethnicity, or because of this. A crime is a crime. There's hate in your soul when you're committing a crime, especially of that violent nature. So a crime is a crime, and to make it a hate crime just makes it.
You think it's over the top?
I think, yeah. I think it's virtue signaling.
Okay.
You know,
are you okay if it's labeled domestic terrorism when you firebomb the vehicles, though? Or do you think that's excessive too? See, I'm kind of with you on the hate crime from graffiti standpoint, but from the firebombing and especially the bombs in the dealership, that to me is domestic terrorism.
Think about it.
How is it not?
Think about it. Is what is the goal of any kind of terrorism? It's to incite fear.
Yep, instill the fear. In
right?
Yep.
It's making you feel intimidated, and so what they're doing is they're trying to say across the country. I mean, this guy in Cherry Hill they're searching for, going in front of people or blocking their pathway on a roadway.
Yeah,
getting out of the vehicle, intimidation.
Yeah, those videos are wild. That
is terrible, and it's happening across our region, across the country. So that. To me, if it's like that, and to Greg's point, yeah, I don't know that you need to say hate crime. Just do the terrorism because that's actually a felony.
Yeah,
that's a very serious crime.
Yeah, somebody that with these, especially with these videos of people racing ahead of somebody and then slamming on the brakes and getting out, somebody's going to do that and they're going to mess with the wrong person, and somebody's going to get out of that vehicle that's being targeted. That's a Second Amendment individual, and you're going to find out. You're going to find out.
I think there's a difference between, the left wants to say it's just protest. It's freedom of speech and no, they're firebombing dealerships.
Right.
That's not protest.
Right.
That's but domestic terrorism. Well, I guess it's political in nature in the fact that it's his politics that is getting people to commit the crimes that they're doing. I don't know. I mean, I don't like these labels on everything, and I get what Dawn is saying, that if you call it domestic terrorism, it becomes a felony, and the penalties are harsher.
Right.
But I think the penalty should be harsh anyway for anything you're doing that is any sort of destructive vandalism like that. You know what I mean? Like,
I agree.
and if we made more of examples out of people that, like, hey, this little offense that you're doing, spray painting or whatever you're doing, that is just as bad as firebombing, then maybe people wouldn't do it.
I agree. All right, want to continue with Elon from last night?
So let's do 14 here. Elon Musk, the Doge accomplished most of the work to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion within 130 days, which is pretty astonishing. Roll it.
You technically are a special government employee, and you're supposed to be 130 days. Are you going to continue past that, or do you think that's what you're going to do? Or?
Well, I think we will have accomplished most of the work required to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion within that time frame.
So in that time frame, 130 days. And the process is a report at some point, at 100 days? Or?
Not really a report. We are cutting the waste and fraud in real time. So every day that passes, our goal is to reduce the the waste and fraud by $4 billion a day, every day, 7 days a week. And so far, we are succeeding.
It's pretty astonishing because if you remember when Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy initially teamed up to take on the Doge responsibilities, they set that self-expiration date of July 4th, 2026. But I mean, if Elon and I think the initial goal was somewhere between $1 to $2 trillion, but he's going to have accomplished that in 4 months and 10 days. This whole Doge thing might self-dissolve before the summer's over, which is wildly, I never thought. Now, I think the question everybody's asking is, well, when do we start to see it show up in real time for us as consumers with the cost of living going down? To which I would say Doge is only one element to this. There's the energy element, right? Heating and cooling for your home, the cost of gas, groceries.
I'm all for this, but I'm not going to be happy if we're just cutting here to make way for big spending with defense and everything else.
Right.
You know
Reallocating it, right?
Reallocating it to different areas, then no. You know what I mean? Like fat needs to be trimmed. Let's not, the spending bill that's there, like that's adding a lot of money to the deficit.
Right.
So, let's see where this all shakes out.
Yeah, it's like paying off your MasterCard only to run up your Visa card, right? Like, I mean, you're just, you're taking something out of one pot and putting it into the other. It's great if we could save $1 trillion. It's great if inflation will come down. But if you're going to pump it into other things, especially if tax cuts don't come out, then people are going to be really mad.
Well, they've said they're not going to spend it on other things because they have to trim this budget.
Okay. Yeah. So
that's what they claim. That's
the new spending bill. Where is that money going to?
Well, yeah, when's the big? When is the big bill? Trump wants the big beautiful bill. When are we getting that?
They signed the measure that will give them time to hammer it out. So we have it. That's why we didn't have a government shutdown.
Right.
So this is still being hammered out.
Also,
they'll still discuss it.
I want to see tangible evidence that we're saving here, saving there. And if there's all this fraud that they claim, like, there needs to be prosecutions too. So I am hoping that we see all of that and not just words saying, oh yeah, we trimmed here, we trimmed there, we fired here, we fired there. I want to see evidence.
Here's
here's the headline I will say to you, Greg, that I hope will make you feel better. According to Musk, he said does not impact core services. He said the president vows Social Security recipients, for example, will, quote, receive more money.
Yeah, we
more
have
money.
That. Yeah, we have that piece of audio. We'll play that all coming up in the cut sheet. I know. Words are words. I don't trust people's words. I don't care who that person is. I want to see actions. I want to see receipts.
Here's the Doge receipts from yesterday on their X feed.
The X feed. Okay.
I'm just giving you the numbers because I know they didn't go through these last night on the telecast. They canceled $577 million in America Last grants for $237 million in savings. Apparently, there was $10 million going for gender equity in the Mexican workplace, $12 million for worker empowerment in South America, $5 million for elevating women's participation in the workplace in West Africa, $4.3 million for assisting foreign migrant workers in Malaysia, and $3 million for safe and inclusive work environments in Lesotho?
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know where. I've never heard of Lesotho until now. So here's my question along the lines of what you're thinking is once you cancel all of these future expenses, or if they were pumping money into it as they discovered it and stopped it, where does that move? So, all right, we stop it. We're no longer going to cut checks for or send these grants here. Where does that go, right? Like, I want more, like I want to visualize this. Is this just now sitting in an account? Does this ultimately get put towards paying off the deficit? Is this something that goes into a general fund that might come to us, the citizens? Because it's all taxpayer dollars for the most part, right?
Yeah, but if you're going through and you're cutting a budget, okay, you're covering. Let's say you're going through your budget and you say, all right, we're going to cut out. We're not going to spend any more money on. We're going to spend any more money on alcohol. We're going to cut the booze budget.
No, we're not.
In the family budget. I know. I get you on that one. But that's not money that you have in a pot. It's money that in the future
Right.
you're not going to spend, and therefore it's a savings.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, you know what I mean?
Right. I almost want to just like look at the ledger, so to speak, right? With what's in the account versus what we have to pay
But it's
versus
not-
what we're going to spend.
There's so much money, and all the money's fake anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's all a Ponzi scheme anyway. And when I say that, I don't mean it in like a, ripping you. Like, there's no actual money. It's just, okay, there's this money here, there's that money here. It's all fake. It's all fake. There's not some vault where there's trillions of dollars. It's just, that's not how this works.
It's really, it's almost so absurd and sick that you can't even process it, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard to conceptualize, at least for me. 855-839-1210. Dawn has some news to kick off the second hour. And then I think we're about to get ahead of a story that could start to pick up steam, and it revolves around Pete Hegseth. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 is next.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
It's engagement season. Get proposal ready at Family and Company Jewelers during their Viraggio Bridal Show, April 17th through the 19th. They're bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family and Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 17th, 18th, and 19th for the Viraggio Bridal Show, only from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Distance, ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:05. Hour number 2 underway. And the 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally. Season after season, choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stenslin.
Good morning. This Friday morning, we are at temperature-wise, we're going to be warming up big time. We're 41 degrees right now, but the big story for the weather is tomorrow, 83 degrees in the city of Philadelphia. Wow, it's going to be a hot one. Kitchen Magic.
Going to be a lot of sunburn tomorrow, right?
I know, right? It's going to feel like summertime. Kitchen Magic, thank you for sponsoring us this Friday morning. Kayal and Company News Live. A lot of breaking news this morning, so I had headlined this earlier. The 6 o'clock news, 7.7 magnitude earthquake rocking Thailand and neighboring Myanmar. This killing at least 2 people that we know of in Bangkok, burying an unknown number of people. And this one high-rise building, this is an incredible video with this high-rise under construction just whoosh, collapsing and going into dust. And so they have widespread states of emergency, 7.7 magnitude earthquake. Closer to home, it took more than 100 firefighters locally, and this is the Philadelphia's Kensington neighborhood, early this morning as they were battling this huge fire of an historic church. The problem with this, obviously, is a church like this one is mostly wood. And so this thing just, thank God they didn't have the wind. That was one thing I heard firefighters talking about. But firefighters were first called to the burning church. This is the 2000 block of East Allegheny Avenue Episcopal Church right near Emerald Street. And so I know that many firefighters were out there. Like I say, more than 100. Third alarm was struck overnight as they tried to douse these flames. This was constructed, like I say, mostly of wood back in 1884.
Wow.
And that's the reason it just quickly intensified.
There's no reporting or any suspicion of arson, though?
You know, that's a great question. And as of right now, Nick, that's what they're investigating. What happened here? And so that's the big question of the morning. But in this, it's just, a shame. It's in a historic church in our area. That fire just spread through the walls, then brought down the roof. The roof collapsed overnight. This is a dangerous kind of fire for firefighters. So I don't have any reports of any injuries, thank God. So we're following that one for you. And another developing story we're watching very carefully. We've talked a lot about measles outbreaks, and now the health departments, they're saying that at least one Bucks County resident has indeed been diagnosed with measles.
Oh, good.
Oh, boy, here we go.
And there's I'm not trying to get ahead of your news, but there's a call to anybody who went to some Starbucks or something, right?
Yes.
So I don't know exactly the location of that Starbucks, but they're like, if you were in the Starbucks on this road between this date and this date, or this time and this time, you might want to check yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's to your point, and that's where I was going exactly, because it's Bucks County.
Yep.
So the
Newtown, right? Newtown.
Yeah. So it's the okay. Here's the good news.
Yeah.
They said the health department says this is a vaccinated adult who recently traveled to Texas just last week.
Texas.
I know. And so they tested positive for measles, but because they're vaccinated, this is a relatively mild, it's not like a life-threatening situation, but what they're doing is they're warning anybody who visited that Starbucks that Greg Stocker just referenced. The address is 2896 South Eagle Road. It's in Newtown, like Greg said.
Mm-hmm.
If you visited that and they have the hours between 10:50, this March 19th, 10:50 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. They want you to be aware.
Holy contact tracing.
Holy triple venti skim latte, Batman.
So this person, are they telling the age of this person? Does it say?
No.
And this person is vaccinated for measles.
Yes.
Have they blamed RFK Jr. for this? Because I know you just slashed 10,000 jobs from Health and Human Services. That's another story from yesterday.
Yeah, and you know what? That's Greg. I'll look that up, Greg, and try to. That's a great question. What is the age of this adult?
Yeah,
because we talked about that thing where
if you were born between, I think it was like 57 and 64, 62, something like that.
Yeah,
they're actually telling you to get another,
like a booster.
Yes, because it wanes. Because like my generation, Nick, I'm sure it was the same thing with you, and Dawn with you. We got two boosters or two shots.
Get your
the
boosters.
Measles. That first generation, right after the measles outbreak, and right after, right before the measles vaccine started, they only got one.
Yep.
So they're saying that it wanes over time.
How long until we see Fauci on television reminding people about the dangers of measles?
Yeah.
God, yeah, we're not hearing anything from Fauci, my friend.
I'm guessing,
right?
I hope not.
I'm guessing. My guess is that the person who had this is probably around the age of 60, 67, 68.
Okay,
that's what I'm guessing.
Ooh.
I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but I'm just guessing.
Okay.
And if you're listening to the show, call in and tell us about yourself.
Good.
Yeah.
I'll look up the age, and that's a good bet. What's going on here? So, just updating you on a story that's an unfortunate story making headlines, and there's some new video being released. This is of a mayor. She's a mom in New Jersey, arrested, accused of drunk driving with her young child in the car seat. This happened on St. Patrick's Day. She's identified as Gina LaPlaca. She was arrested. There are calls for her to resign or to be fired. But there's some newly released body worn camera footage by police showing the response to the Lumberton mayor, Gina LaPlaca, and her the accusations and charges against her as far as allegedly driving under the influence.
Yeah, we have some of the video. This is courtesy of 6ABC. Roll this film.
You okay?
Yes, I am. Newly released body-worn camera footage from Lumberton Police shows the response to Mayor Gina LaPlaca's alleged DUI. Officers met her at her home around 5:40 p.m. on March 17th as she gets her toddler out of the car. She stumbles almost immediately, and an officer asks her about the damaged side mirror.
What happened?
She tells officers she had just picked up her child.
Where you come from school?
Police say a witness contacted them about an erratic driver.
It's still just a lot of swerving, but then up here it gets to the point where like fully off.
The witness recorded cell phone video, which he shows to officers.
I didn't realize there was a kid in the car until like we were at the red light turning left on the 38.
At the house, officers had LaPlaca perform field sobriety tests.
What did you think?
She's then handcuffed and put into the back of a police vehicle.
I know. So sorry.
In her car, officers found a water bottle with alcohol in it, as well as a small liquor bottle.
Oh my God.
She was charged with DUI
Driving
and
her kid
related
around.
offenses.
Yeah, with a toddler.
Since your blood alcohol level was so high, we have to take you to the hospital.
Shortly after her arrest, LaPlaca's husband told Action News she's seeking treatment for addiction. At the Township Committee meeting last week, residents and committee member Terrence Benson called on LaPlaca to resign as mayor.
Wow. I thought I saw a little toddler get out of that vehicle right at the beginning.
So, do we think she should resign or she should be fired? I mean, fired. I mean, she's.
I'm going to say, is this the first offense for her? Is this her first DUI?
Guys, she's driving around with her
I know.
toddler in the car.
Yeah.
Well, here's
That just makes my blood boil.
Me too.
Here's the thing: in the workplace, I once worked with a woman. A lot of times with women and moms, these chemical dependency issues you don't catch because you think, just like Greg said, oh well, she's a mom. She wouldn't. There must be something else. So if she in the workplace, I know because I worked with a woman who she went through this 3 times. Three times.
Yeah.
Went through being an alcoholic. The company that I worked for at the time, I won't say the place, that was a news organization, and God bless her, she went through this. Her family stuck by her, the workplace stuck by her, and she got clean and sober and is a great person now. The complication is what Greg said.
But I also love
the
I'm seeking treatment. Were you seeking treatment before you got publicly busted, or is that just lip service?
That's a great point.
Right.
Sometimes they'll look. I talk a big game, but
yes, you do.
But the addiction's a real thing, and I
course.
100% understand it, and I know people struggle with it. I know a lot of people struggle with it, whether it's alcohol, drugs, food, whatever it is. I know addiction is a real thing. The part that I have a hard time with is that if you're gonna do this, like your toddler, you have your toddler in the car. I mean, that is just so irresponsible.
And then you're sitting there. You talk about having a problem, and I'm not denigrating or I'm trying to make this lady feel bad, but you were so in need of the booze that you put it in a water bottle.
Well,
that's chemical dependency. Kind of.
That's the sign of an alcoholic, and vodka too, because it's
clear,
it's odorless and clear. Yeah. So, I look, my heart goes out to anybody who has addiction issues like this, and she definitely needs to get help. And I'm glad something like this was a wake up call. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was killed.
Yep.
So it's the best case scenario for this. For her to maybe this is her rock bottom. But no, I don't think that she should be able to serve as the mayor.
Okay.
I don't.
I would say if it's the first time, I say no to being forced to resign.
Yeah.
That said, I understand when you're a public figure, there's probably a different level of expectation versus somebody that works in the private sector.
Mm-hmm.
So to that point, I mean, I'm not really going to try to argue with you. I mean, it's a fair point.
Yeah.
I think the law, I will just say, I believe that the law for a workplace is that if you're in that kind of treatment, they can't fire you for that because it's a medical situation.
Oh.
Or at least that's what, at the time when I worked with a person who went through that 3 times.
Okay.
Which was a little, frustrating for a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Sure.
There's some painful moments in there. But as far as this goes, Mrs. LaPlaca, due to appear in court April 28th, I'll just say this. Whoever called that into the police may very well have saved her life, the life of her child, and hopefully she gets the help she needs.
That's true. Yeah. So the officers pulled her over, I'm assuming, as she was entering her neighborhood or driveway?
Looks like it, yeah, because it looks like she pulled into her driveway.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
You wonder how many people did call. I wonder if it was more than one person who called.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Swerving around, hitting things. Like, oh, God. Yeah.
Just an update because you guys were talking about Doge, Elon Musk. He did announce last night, I believe, he's actually headed to Wisconsin this weekend. And so he's going to have a big speech that he's going to have in Wisconsin this weekend. This ahead of the state's highly anticipated state Supreme Court election. And so he also, much like he did here in Pennsylvania, remember that where you could sign his petition, you get $100. Many of you called in and said you got the check, but 2 lucky people will get a $1 million check for signing the petition from America PAC. And one guy, I know there was already one guy who was announced yesterday. So my brother John actually lives in Wisconsin.
Did we ever get...
So I texted him like,
Yeah.
yo, John, sign up. You might get the $1 million.
Go yourself.
Did we ever get clarification on the legal issue that was challenged, whether that was a legal thing for Musk to do or not?
Oh, you mean when our district attorney,
Yes,
Larry Krasner, when he
that's
took
right. It
Elon
was
Musk to
local.
court.
Yeah.
So
how did that ever play out? Did we
yeah,
ever hear
Elon
that?
Musk won.
That's right, he did win.
Yeah, that's why you'd never heard anything more
There's
about
so
it.
so many things just floating around in my head.
Yeah. So, yeah, that one. So by the way, we'll be watching for this. The early voting has already begun, but it's the April 1st. It's next Tuesday's election. So the voting's already, but April Fool's Day, April 1st, that's when we'll be, so I'm sure talking about that. And then Wednesday going into that as well. One of the big stories that and I went into great detail this morning talking about jurors handing over that mixed verdict in the perjury case of 3 former Philadelphia homicide detectives. DA Larry Krasner holding a late news conference about it. A lot of news swirling, and I went into great detail this morning. If you're just joining us and you're asking, why isn't she talking about that? We talked a lot about it already this morning. Got to talk about our Philadelphia Phillies because we can't wait for John Brazier to be in-house.
Did you see the cringe video that Josh Shapiro put out?
With the Phillies and the Pirates.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I know.
Phil, do you have that?
Talk about pandering.
Yeah.
This whole trick has been done 1,000 times already. I hate when politicians do this. I don't care if they're D or R.
Roll this. Just hard at work at his desk, and he hears something.
What is that noise?
What is that?
Let's go out in the hallway and check that.
The best game ever. Hey, what's all the noise out here? What's going on?
It's opening day, Gov.
Oh, right. Let's go watch. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's go
Come
get
on.
some Cracker Jacks. And a
As
Coke.
he
Come on,
throws
it's cute.
as he
That
throws
is-
him a Phillies jacket.
That's cute. I think
No,
it's
it's pandering hideous.
Pirates are low energy, by the way.
Exactly.
Really? Do we got to acknowledge the Pittsburgh Pirates?
No.
Seriously? Come on, Josh from Abington.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about the Pirates.
Yeah. I would have felt better if he would have just, gone full on Phillies pep hype video.
Yeah. Should have been dancing on their own out in the hallway.
Yeah.
Come on, Josh.
Gross.
Notes he's got the blue. Notice everybody wears a blue suit
Yeah.
nowadays, not a black suit.
Yeah.
That's the Trump effect. But he's wearing.
I don't know if it's a Trump effect on. Like, good God.
Everybody used to wear the black or the gray. Now they all wear. Excuse me.
Blue.
Sean Farish is going to be here. Let's ask
Yeah.
Mr. President coming up. I
Well,
can't wait.
yeah, I think he's probably in the YouTube chat right now getting warmed up.
Sure.
But he's got
According
he
to
has,
Dawn, the man walks on water.
he has no tie. He's got the open, collared white shirt. It's cute.
I'm going to get a blue. I had one years ago. It was about 8 years ago. I had a blue shark skin suit from an endorsement that I had when I was in Nashville. It's a good look. I'm going to pull that back out.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
I am. You should. I'm going to rock the blue shark skin.
Nope.
You guys.
For all the, why do you wear a sweatshirt to work? I'm going to come in a blue shark skin suit and rock your world.
Do it, baby.
Yeah.
Well, Phillies home opener yesterday, or excuse me, the home opener is obviously Monday, but yesterday the official season opening day, and that was 4 p.m. in D.C. Bryce Harper, of course, delivering first pitch. I mean, just hammering that fastball to the deepest part of the stadium, getting things fired up. And so led us to victory, 7-3 victory over Washington in 10 innings.
Well, they're going to the World Series. They're going to
We're
World
going to
Series.
World Series.
It's good.
162-0. Is Rob Thompson off the hot seat? 610. We'll take your calls.
It's exciting. It's exciting.
It is exciting. It is exciting. But, it's one game out of 162.
Mm-hmm.
Let us be excited.
Yeah, some people argue that I saw a lot of tweets yesterday. Happy opening day to all that celebrate. You think about the nostalgia of opening day of baseball. It's like a sign of spring coming.
Yep. It is.
It's day one of 162.
I know, but I love that we're, you like Nick said this morning, we were just celebrating the fact that the city of Philadelphia looks beautiful.
Yeah.
We driving in the dark, but as the sun rises and you have everything lit up in bright red, Boathouse Row looks so cool, all lit up in the red with those new lights. It's exciting.
Yes, you have to get excited because the Sixers and Flyers, they've checked out months ago.
Well, the Flyers won yesterday.
They did win.
Last night. By the way, if you're hoping for another Phillies game tonight, you'd be sadly mistaken because they need an off day.
Right.
And then they play Saturday and Sunday, and then they have the home opener Monday, and then they have an off day Tuesday.
How do I get that kind of work schedule? 1 on, 2 off. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, we are sponsored this morning by Kitchen Magic. Make the magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're experts. Are going to guide you every step of the way from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Right now, you enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com today. And as far as the forecast, as I said, today 65 degrees. The sun comes out, but tomorrow it's the warmest since last fall, 81 degrees for your Saturday. Sunday, 73 degrees, more clouds than sun, still mild. And for our home opener Monday, there's a chance for some scattered showers and hopefully not too much thunder, but 73 degrees, very mild for Monday's home opener. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet in about 20 minutes. Sean Farish will join us. But up next, before we get there, Pete Hegseth's controversial new tattoo. The media losing their mind because they've got to find something to pin on Pete. We'll talk about it. We'll show you the tattoo. We'll explain what it means and if this is a bad look for the Secretary of Defense. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli, we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years, and so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, VANARIA, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on your conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Call 855-415-ROTH for a free personalized analysis. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes "Arch!" That's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind. And stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:29, Kayal and Company, Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just over 15 minutes? Sean Farish from Nashville. He will join us. John Brazier 2 hours from now from your undefeated Philadelphia Phillies. 855-839-1210. So a lot of spotlight has been placed on the Trump administration this week, whether it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday over the Signal app. And I'm sure Sean will have some thoughts on that huge story from this week when he joins us. And I said all along that the blame should not go on Pete Hegseth, that it should go on Mike Waltz. And since they've kind of skinned Mike Waltz, now they are going after Pete Hegseth. And Pete Hegseth is in the crosshairs again. A lot of different media headlines out there. CNN, concerns about Hegseth's judgment come roaring back after group chat scandal. The New York Times, Hegseth seeks to reassure allies on first official trip to Asia. And then you have this story, and it came yesterday where I first saw it with the Daily Mail. And the Daily Mail will never be mistaken with MSNBC. I think we all realize that. And now the USA Today has picked up the story as well. The USA Today with the headline, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's Kafir, I believe is how you say it, Kafir, Kafir tattoo, draws criticism. What does it mean? And I think this stems from the initial report that I saw from the Daily Mail. Pete Hegseth unwittingly reveals controversial new tattoo. Now, I did some reading about this tattoo. I don't have a problem with it, and I'll explain why I don't have a problem with it. I do think Hegseth is being targeted for everything under the sun, from the initial hearings about, his drinking to the lack of experience, obviously now the Signal app and this tattoo. Phil, if you could throw it up on YouTube, there it is. You will see the Arabic tattoo kind of in the bottom half of his arm as you get down towards the tricep. So the Daily Mail writes the following. Eagle-eyed observers of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and his tattoo noticed a never-seen-before Arabic script underneath his arm. Hegseth posted an image of himself doing jumping jacks and push-ups with Navy SEALs when he was training at the Joint Base Pearl Harbor on Tuesday. It comes as he's facing mounting pressure to resign after sharing the detailed Yemen strike plans in a group text chat with other Trump officials on the Signal app. Hegseth brushed off the controversy, blah, 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 blah. The new tattoo revealed in the video features the Arabic word kafir, which in the Quran means disbeliever or infidel, and is inked below his other tattoo that you see there. Phil, if you could throw it back up there, you'll see the Vault tattoo and then the Arabic one below it. Now, I'm looking at this from many different vantage points. So I want to start with Hegseth's military service. Remember, he served in the military from 2003 to 2006, and then again 2010 to 2014. And, you know, he was in the Iraq War, he was in Afghanistan, and he was fighting radicalized Islamic extremists. And I think it's worth pointing out that in the Middle East, there's a select few there that are not Muslim. There's a single-digit percentage of Arabs that are Christians. I don't know if it's 2% or 8%, but I'm almost certain it's a single-digit percentage. Obviously, the vast majority are Muslim. I also think it's worth pointing out that there's a difference between those who practice the Muslim faith and religion peacefully, that are not radicalized and do not want death to America, death to Israel, want to blow things up and fly planes into buildings. But if this is an issue, I don't understand why it's an issue, because this is a guy who was fighting for his country against the radicalized sect of Muslims that want death to the Jews, death to America, death to the West. And I feel like this is a story that I wanted to at least mention and get out in front of, because if one outlet, and we know the pattern in the mainstream media, one outlet picks it up, the next one runs with it, and all of the talking points are the same. The same words, the same buzzwords: chaos, crisis, threats to democracy. We know the talking points. I think this could become a story, and I don't think it should be a story. But I wanted to point that out. Do you guys, is this something that you think the media will run with? Because it feels like to me that they are digging in. And I think this story, in all likelihood, as far as the Signal app goes, I think it's gone. It's probably gone today. If it's not gone today, I think it'll be gone by Monday, especially after all the talking head shows over the weekend, especially the Sunday shows. But do you think they are going once again to try to get Pete Hegseth? Are they going to basically dial up the heat so much on this guy that he is forced into resignation? Do you guys see that coming? And do you think the tattoo is another step in the mainstream media's direction of trying to get this guy ousted as Secretary of Defense?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think the tattoo, and they're saying it's a new tattoo. Do we know when he got the tattoo?
It said in the Daily Mail, the new tattoo revealed in the video features the Arabic word.
So new to who? I have no idea. Okay. I mean, and I was trying to look up the word kafir, which is rooted from, so was he called that when he served?
Well, and that's what I see. I'm trying to, and I'm no expert in, Arabic terminology, disbeliever or infidel. I mean, when I first saw it and read that, it made me, I was starting to think of the way they use that terminology in the Arabic language with the Muslim faith. It's almost as if it's a derogatory term for, and again, if anybody wants to correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't really understand a lot of this radical stuff, that if you are not of the Muslim faith and you don't buy in hook, line, and sinker to what the Quran preaches, you're deemed to be an infidel. Or if you're from another country, you're deemed to be an infidel. It's almost like a derogatory term for somebody that's beneath you.
So I was looking, when I looked it up, I was looking from before this, because anything new I just don't trust, because it does when they're writing about it.
It does look like it's a new tattoo just based on how fresh and dark it looks. I mean, I have a tattoo, and I remember how dark green it. Now, obviously, there's different shades of tattoo ink and different shades of that green. It's almost like the money green that you see printed on currency.
You have a tattoo?
I do. I have a tattoo on my right arm. I've got the praying palms with the rosary bead necklace that falls out through the palms. I got it when I graduated high school. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Well, I very rarely go sleeveless when I'm working here.
Could you show it now?
But I can if you would like.
Could you show it? And could you do jumping jacks? Like
No,
Pete
no.
Hegseth?
Hegseth's a beast, by the way. Did you see the push-ups he was doing? He cranked out 100. That's pretty good for an alcoholic.
He's not an alcoholic.
No, I know. I'm a defender of Pete.
I know you are.
I like Pete. I mean, I like he's got his flaws, and I'm not gonna, say he's not worthy of being in this job. But this is the pettiness of what happens, especially the spotlight that you get when you're in this administration. First, he was unqualified because he didn't have the experience. Then it was, it's about his infidelity. He's on wife number 3. He's been divorced 2 times. Then it's, he's showed up to Fox News and he was hungover and drunk with Will Cain and Rachel Campos Duffy. Then, of course, you have the Signal app. Now it's the tattoo. I mean, if you thought that, Gates was, one of those, and we're talking about Matt Gates here, if he was in the crosshairs, so to speak, heck, the mainstream media and the left has a, I don't want to say the term, but they have a thing for going after Pete. And I feel like he has become their top target. Obviously Trump's been a target for a decade. Elon Musk is now, a Nazi. He's Hitler reincarnated. And right below is Pete Hegseth. So I just wanted to bring up this story because I don't know if people saw the he's got a lot of ink, by the way. I mean, his whole body is tatted up. I like the tribal sleeves personally myself, but I don't have the gun show to pull it off. If you're going to have that kind of ink, I think you have to have the body for it. But I feel like, the USA Today wrote about this story, and it wouldn't surprise me in the next day or two if more outlets picked it up.
So, getting back to you, can we see your tattoo, or do you have to take?
Oh, I'd have to take this off. I can do it during the break, and I'll have it for the cut sheet when we come back if you want.
I do want to see it.
We want to see
absolutely.
it.
Absolutely. I can't pull the sleeves on this sweatshirt any further though, because it's up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I see where you're
I've
saying.
got earbuds in. I can't take the sweatshirt off on the air with the earbuds. It'll be a disaster. I'll break something in here.
Maybe we should do a poll. I'd rather see Nick's tattoo rather than this Kafir.
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell you, you didn't really want to get into that, did you, Stan?
No, because I don't know what. I would love for somebody to ask him about it. I think it's a legitimate question. What does that mean to you?
Because they're going to try to say that he's another guy with Islamophobia. What they're going to do. I'm telling you, that's what they'll do.
The thing is, I found this Lamp of Islam, site, and they're saying that they're, and at the top it goes, "You Kafir." So is that something that they would call somebody if he's a soldier fighting over there? Was that something he was called? What does that mean to him?
Yeah.
But they're saying that it does not mean disbeliever.
Oh,
so it can mean anything from a rebel to somebody there are many different definitions.
Well, I guess when the picture was posted, the discovery sparked, according to the Daily Mail, sparked anger from activists who were already infuriated about his tattoos that feature Christian and American images. So the media is going to start to say that this guy's a racist, a white nationalist, he's anti-Islamophobia, he's anti-trans, he's anti-everything under the sun except for straight white cis males. That's the path they're going to go down.
But I wonder if they're laughing about it because if you look at the translation of what he has written in Arabic, a lot of sites are saying it means ingrate.
That's why I've never understood.
So
I never understood the people get the Chinese symbols tattooed on them, or the people that get Arabic sayings or whatever. You don't really know what it means.
I know,
and you're just going by the what somebody tells you.
Yeah,
and then they could be playing a complete practical joke on you.
They could, even the tattoo. I hope you know the tat artist, because what if it's somebody that you're like, just put the word love.
Yeah.
And it's
like for some of these random white dudes, they get the Polynesian Samoan tribal sleeves. You better hope you know exactly what all that means on there, by the way.
That's what I'm talking about. If you like the design, fine.
I do. But the Samoan tattoos are great.
But I know you have a thing for Roman Reigns.
Just like the media has for Hegseth. Yeah. I do have a hard on for him. You're right.
It's unbelievable. But unless you're of that faith or of that ethnicity or
Yeah.
culture or whatever, you don't really know what it means.
No.
I just love all these,
Better triple check your sources in the tat industry.
these women and stuff that get the Chinese symbol for love on. It's
Yeah.
like you have no idea.
You have no idea.
Are you pro female pro tattoo on a female? You like that?
I used to. My wife now all of a sudden I think might be going through a midlife crisis and wants to get one now. But like,
is that right?
Yeah, I'm like Hep C. Like I don't want C. I'm serious. You know what I mean? Like I know I have a friend. that got a tattoo, got a bad tattoo, got Hep C from it. Like that's a serious thing. Yeah.
Where does your wife?
He's fine.
What does she want to get a tattoo of and where?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm very against it.
Get her
I'm
one
in
of those
favor of it.
tattoos that's like them. You like it. You're in favor
Well,
of it.
it depends on the location. There's
Oh.
a couple of spots I can point out.
Oh,
on the show.
like where?
The lower back, not bad.
That's so cheap and
The foot. The foot when you have a female with some nice sandals on.
The foot hurts,
It
doesn't it?
does.
Yeah.
Well, there's no fat there. At least most people. Chris
You know
Christie's
what?
got fat feet, but
It might. People might think it's hot or whatever. When later in life, when things start sagging,
Yeah.
it's just not a good look.
I'm anti-tattoo on the
Yes.
on the boob though. The breast, no, I'm out on that.
Yeah.
No,
Well, the problem is when you get older,
The sagging,
sag and
tattoo.
they look like
that's okay. if
Popeye
you-
turns into.
Right. It's okay if you're dating her and you're 18, but you bring her home to mom and she's got the breast tattoo. It's
I used to love tattoos on females when I was 18.
Yeah.
Oh, I
When
can
you're
tell you, I
18.
can totally
Yeah.
see you back
and
in
they
the
were
day.
and they were 18.
Exactly.
At Montana
Yeah.
West with a chick with 38 tattoos.
Oh yeah, man. That was a
Glow sticks.
Yeah, you could tell they were goers.
Yeah, Zimas.
Anything after age 28, it's no longer hot.
Agreed.
That's a good point.
Agreed. That's what I told my wife. I'm just like you
No.
have a child now. Let's not,
But there's also a lot of chicks out there that I think that aren't necessarily fans of dudes with tattoos.
No, I think women like tattoos.
Yeah,
on
my
guys.
wife hates them. She
Really?
does
Really?
not like tattoos. No, she's like, why do you want to just graffiti up your body? And I'm like, I don't know. It's a thing.
You want to get more?
I would like to get more. Yeah, but I'm getting a dad bod at this point. It's just not. It's not a good look. Pot belly, my ass jiggles. It's over. I'm done.
Nick says, Kristen, does my butt look big in these pants?
Yeah, I just can't do it. 855-839-1210. All right, enough of Pete, enough of tattoos, and enough of growing body parts that aren't supposed to grow. Sean Farish will save us.
Thank God,
And
sir.
We'll talk to the sir on the other side as the cut sheet gets loaded here on a Friday. Stay right there.
Yeah, we like to talk about our growing grass, right? Thanks to Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Doesn't it just make sense when you're choosing a lawn care company, lawn care service? You think about this time of year right now, 80 some degrees for your tomorrow. It makes sense. You're going to hire a company, right, that provides better results and is safer for your family, for your pets, for your kids. At Natural Lawn of America, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals, and they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. And you don't have to take my word for it. Just join the growing number of homeowners who are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services. Start enjoying that beautiful eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today. I got my first treatment, what was that, about a week and a half ago. So get free seeding every year, by the way. That's the full service program. You want this, and you got to do it now. If you want that greener, healthier lawn, 800 free seed. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. This is a customized service for your lawn. Choose my lawn care company for years now. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's got to be fresh, got to be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more. Refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion. Out with the old, in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, where your next treasure is waiting.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Sure.
Such a drive to want something sometime. One thing
7:51 Friday morning. That means it's a fairish Friday morning.
Can somebody fix Nick's lights, please?
I know.
For God's sake.
I know, it happened again. One day. Sir. Heading down to Nashville as we get ready for what's on the cut sheet is a man that I call a friend. He's a man who has been swatted and given way more pizza than he can ever consume. And he was very triggered yesterday because Major League Baseball and MLB TV were having all sorts of technical issues, and I'm guessing my boy couldn't watch his beloved Rangers. Hello, Sean Farish.
Well, you know what? I would rather the app have been broken the whole time because Luke Jackson sucks, and he's always sucked. And he sucked the first time he was with the Rangers, and he sucked the second time he was with the Rangers. Ninth inning, let's serve up a 3-run home run to the Boston Red Sox. Great idea. To some guy who doesn't hit home runs except my team. So you know what? I would have rather the app had just stayed broken so I didn't have to watch that yesterday. But other than that, no pizza, no SWAT, so life is good.
Look, anytime you want to become an Eagles fan or a Phillies fan and ditch the Jets and Rangers, we'll bring you in, man.
No.
Very inclusive group here.
I need I need this pain in my life.
You do?
Right? It can't all be good, right? I mean, I can't just always win, right? It can't be like that, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Life is not a video game.
That's true.
It is. You know, I need to wake up some days and go,
yeah,
the Jets are on.
Yes,
There's
they
going
are.
to be disappointment today,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I'm a Republican, right? Oh, great. My president endorsed Lindsey Graham. Wonderful.
Sure. Yes.
What a great day. Oh, you don't understand it. You know, I did that. You know why I did that? Because I wanted to be nice to a woman for a change. Right? I want to see that, right? I had to do it. You know how much heat I'm taking for saying I don't like that he did that. Oh, you must have supported DeSantis.
Yeah.
Okay, well, first of all, if I did, who cares?
Yeah.
Second of all, who the hell are you?
Yeah.
All right. So you have to like so you don't like Lindsey Graham, but you do because Trump told you to.
Yeah.
Got it.
I said yesterday once I saw that the reciprocal endorsement came out that it was just because Lindsey endorsed him, so he's returning the favor. I would never endorse Lindsey Graham, but I'm not Trump, so what are you gonna do?
That's why I like you, Sean.
Listen, if you have a friend, wait a second. If you have a friend,
go on a rant here.
Who's arguably doing something?
I gotta fix my lights. Go ahead.
If you have a friend who is arguably doing not arguably, objectively doing something that is bad or unhealthy, right? Let's say an anorexic friend.
Yeah.
And your anorexic friend is like, I'm going to stop eating because I'm fat. And are you going to sit there and go, well, I have to stay loyal and supportive. So yes, you're fat. Stop eating. Are you kidding me with these people losing their minds? If you really support President Trump, really support him, okay?
Yeah.
And you really want him to become the best president in history, you really should look at the things that he's doing that you don't agree with and say, to him, sir, right? Just give him sir. Say, hey, maybe that's not the best idea. Instead of just clapping along like a freaking barking seal. Oh, well, Trump told me it's good, so it's good. I that is the one thing about this side of the movement, and it's on the other side too, right? The barking seals, the blind followers, that really gets me going. Because when I see people who do that, who yesterday would say Lindsey Graham was bad, and then today, because Trump said he's good, now Lindsey Graham is good. I'm like, does your neck hurt from that back and forth from the whiplash? And this is why people call it a cult. And I'm not saying it's right to call it but there are blind followers out there who believe he can do no wrong. And I love Trump, and I support him, and I still support him. But I think that was the dumbest decision. Make the guy work for his endorsement, right? If you're going to say, well, there's nobody else to endorse him, then what's the point of endorsing him in the first place?
Yeah.
Right? If there's nobody really against. So I say, if I'm Trump, I go, listen, Lindsey, right? I got to say something. We can't say it on radio, but you are something very small.
Well, he sits when he pees, right?
Well, he sits when he pees, sits down, right? I was in the bathroom, and his feet were facing the door of the stall, and I heard a tinkle, and there's only one explanation, right? He's either a contortionist, which he's not, or he's sitting down when he's peeing. So I would say to him, Lindsey, right? I would say, listen to me, Lindsey, okay? You want my endorsement? Here's what's going to happen. You are going to pass my agenda. You're going to work hard to pass my agenda. You're going to earn it. We're not going to hand it out. That's all I'm asking for. No handouts.
Yeah.
That's
Beautiful.
it.
All right.
Wow.
Ran out of the system.
I love it.
Lighting is fixed. We're 11 minutes late.
That's why I like you, Sean. You call balls and strikes.
Let's get down to what's on that.
Better than Angel
stinking
Hernandez,
cut
by the way.
Yeah, and Cowboy Joe West.
Come on, let's do this. Yeah, we have lots to get to. What's the cut sheet on this Friday? Ferris Friday, sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. All right, let's find something we can all agree with. But Tim Walz is still out on his book tour, and he's just making a complete ass out of himself.
I'm actually going to look up while you play this. I'm going to find out what the retail price is for that book.
Tim Walz says that Democrats are losing elections because they're not pushing hard enough in favor of DEI.
Go further left. How about you go in the Pacific Ocean, Timmy?
Roll this, buddy.
Him.
Roll this.
Our strength is our diversity. We've been talking about this for years as a country of immigrants, and we let them define the issue on immigration. We let them define the issue on DEI, and we let them define what woke is. We got ourselves in this mess because we weren't bold enough to stand up and say, you damn right we're proud of these policies. We're going to put them in, and we're going to execute them. And so...
Wow. Man.
Please do. I mean, honestly, we've heard that Kamala Harris is the odds-on favorite to be the DNC nomination in 2028. Tim Walz is still bloviating about November. I say if the Democrats want to run it back, as the kiddies like to say, and not make any changes, by all means, please do. And if you've been inquiring, the paperback version of Tim Walz's book right now on Amazon, it goes for $12.99. If you'd like to purchase it instantly on a Kindle, it is $6.99. So if you'd like reading digitally, $7, paperback $13, and if they come out in a hardback copy, $20.
Dawn, do you know how radio works? Your microphone is on. What the hell is she doing? 10 years in this business. She has no idea what she's doing.
No, the thing fell.
What thing? The little thing?
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy's trying to fix it.
Okay. Good,
The thing started falling. Did you hear it? It started falling.
No, I didn't.
It's falling.
I was hearing Tim Walz talking about DNI.
There was an earthquake in Myanmar this morning or something, like a magnitude 7. Maybe that was like one of the aftershocks. Or maybe Chris Christie just went to the bathroom.
This person in the audience says that at the Tim Walz event says that the 2024 election was rigged.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
It's so juicy. This is so rich.
Tim Walz did say, I love him.
Yeah.
Like I don't really, but I actually really do, because this guy, the memes.
I know.
Like they're all back.
Yeah.
You know, the flailing arms and the suspicion of what may or may not have happened with a horse.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Just like I love it. I love it. Welcome back, Tim. I'm so happy he's
Poor
back.
horse.
Oh, what a cute little guy.
And speaking of rich and juicy, wait till you see the lady getting ready to read a question off her iPhone once we pop her up.
It's rich and juicy.
Mhm.
Was that your
Jabba the
next
Hutt.
tattoo?
It might be.
Roll this.
Integrity. I hope they all have seen the reports from cybersecurity experts that they've released analyses of election data out of Clark County, Nevada, that shows some pretty convincing evidence of election tampering. My biggest fear is that we're not going to make it
To the potty?
So what can we do to make sure, A, that the midterms actually happen, and B, that they're free of fraud?
The midterms happen.
Wow.
Because they're not going to happen. Trump's going to cancel them.
Solo. This one's the core we saw just recently. Donald Trump's
Just like a giant blueberry.
Yeah. She's a muffin.
She's got Han Solo hanging on the wall.
Yeah.
Things they do is try and restrict the vote. This is one of the things, though, that this is going to take power to the streets. I don't know what the answer is on this.
Right. You don't have the answer to anything, Chief.
Wow. Wow.
Hey,
Republicans are trying to
let the
restrict the
hogs
vote.
out.
We're like school children. It's amazing.
We've made
I love
elections
it.
unfair because we require ID.
Oh man. Oh wow. So So we have a comment in the YouTube chat who bet that I'd be wearing a flannel shirt, as if that wasn't obvious. Where you been?
You can always bet on Fridays. Fridays, Nick will be wearing a sweatshirt. Dawn will be wearing something lovely. I'll be wearing a rock T-shirt, and Sean will be wearing a flannel shirt.
That's right.
And a
I
tuna
wear a
heist.
flannel shirt 7 days a week. So
And a tuna
you
heist,
can make a
yes.
bet which day I'm not. That's the one with the longer odds. I think we're going to have poly market odds on this soon. Goodness.
So, Sean, do you sorry, Gager.
It is interesting, though, that now all of a sudden they're embracing stolen elections or rigged
Yes.
elections. Right?
Election denialism is the trendy thing, no matter who wins or who loses. Stacey Abrams has been doing it for a decade. Hillary started it in 2016. By the way, Sean, do you think that the primaries will happen in 2026, or do you think Trump will just kind of cancel them?
I think there's a chance he's going to cancel them. That's what Rachel Madcow told me yesterday.
Right.
She said, "Yeah, it's going to be fine." Honestly, I got to be honest. We got a lot of waking up to do.
Yeah.
We're losing special elections all over the place, so we got to, the victory laps were fun, but it's time to get back to work.
Yeah, did you? Because I know, Dawn, you had this in round 2 of the news with Wisconsin and Elon Musk. I saw Elon Musk replied to a tweet in regards to that appearance and that big election. It's almost a 90. Somebody has it here, a 90% chance that it's going. So you said it's the Wisconsin Supreme Court, correct?
The state, the state Supreme Court. Tuesday, April 1st.
90% chance that it's going liberal is what Elon Musk responded to a tweet of, and Elon's like, well, we technically still have a mathematical chance. So that kind of plays to what you're talking about, Sean, with some of these elections, and we just had one here. What was it, in Lancaster County?
Yes,
that went blue.
It was a county that went plus 15 for Trump in November.
Yeah.
So it was a bad turnout. You know what I mean?
Lost by 452 votes, according to Scott Pressler. So,
Yep. This one just for Sean. I know you're a big fan of Lee Zeldin, the new EPA administrator. Hat tip to MAGA Man for sending this to me. By the way, I will take your requests. If you have requests for the cut sheet, you want me to play something that, because I can't see everything. So if there's something you see that we don't get to, you can send it to me. Send it to me via tweet or via email. I'll play them if I like them, if I deem them worthy. This is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin revealed the agency is a massive crime scene. The largest heist in world history took place in plain sight. From what, you ask? Roll this.
Do you believe the Biden administration was using the EPA as a political slush fund more than a tool to clean up our environment?
It was 100%. EPA was absolutely being used to push out this green slush fund to their friends. By design, the director of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund leaves one of these NGOs, goes to work at the Biden administration to design this whole setup, and then sees his former employer get $5 billion. I mean, we've seen it on the smaller grants as well. What one person who is a CEO of a nonprofit was serving on the White House Environmental Justice Council, applied for $20 million, got it, even though they only received just over $2 million over the course of the prior 3 years. So again, the more you dig into this, the more you realize that this was a green slush fund that was going to left-wing activist groups rather than going directly towards remediating environmental issues. So to the heart of your question, are we providing clean air, land, and water? This isn't money that was spent directly towards remediating environmental issues. This was money going through their friends, and in some case going through multiple middlemen, and each of these middlemen being able to pull their own fees out for their own benefit. And the dilution of that American tax dollar is very obvious to us. It seems to be quite obvious to most Americans who are paying attention, even though for some they want to turn a blind eye to all of it and make believe that there's no evidence of anything, despite the facts, despite the truth.
Wow. How about that from Lee Zeldin? Sean Ferris, that's your boy. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's doing what he said he would do, right? This is a guy, look, you don't hear a lot from him until he does something. Then he tells you he does something, and he puts his head back down, goes right back to work. This is what he did in New York for quite some time. It's what he would have done as governor, and it's what I'm happy he's doing as the EPA chief, because obviously there was a lot of, you could say misuse and, malfeasance, whatever you want to call it, waste, fraud, abuse. What was it? There was billions of dollars that were parked in an outside bank account, and he found them, and some of it was going to Stacey Abrams' fund where she could buy, White Castle and all this other stuff. So I think it's, I think it's just, it's great. It's great. I never thought that I would sit there and look at, an administration and say, yeah, that EPA chief is really, really lighting the world on fire, but there he is. So that's, a workman. It's someone who's always worked like that. And I believe, as long as he's in this position, you could expect more of that from him. That's just what he does.
It's really remarkable if you think about it. I mean, we're at the point now, and maybe it took Doge for everybody to see this, or for those who want to see it and accept it and believe it. Is there a department or an agency within the federal government that's not a slush fund? I feel like, we're at the point now where the federal government might just be, and we already know it's the largest corporation with employees pre-Doge cuts. The federal government is one big Ponzi scheme. It's really what it is.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, of course
Bernie
there are.
Madoff will be proud.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously good things. We want infrastructure. We want our roads fixed and things like that. I'm not saying that everybody in government needs to go. But my God, it really is a money laundering operation, Ponzi scheme. All these people get in with all these titles. They don't do anything. And then you find out where all your money is allegedly going. And you look at it and you're like, oh, my God.
By the way, we're going to get to Elon Musk and Doge. We played a little bit of them in the 6 o'clock hour. We'll play more of it now for Sean. Sean, I don't know if you saw the interview last night with Brett Baer, but a little feedback here. The Miss Green of Memes tweeted at you, Sean, and said, if that's how you feel about the Rangers, this former New Yorker invites you to come to the dark side and root for the New York Mets.
Oh, no.
No.
Well, let me just say, okay,
that's even worse.
That is how I feel about the Rangers. I'm a fan, though. You don't just jump ship, right? I'm not like the guy in I have a child and jump in the lifeboat and get the hell out of there. I'm going. We're
Billy Zane.
The best part about loving a team that usually sucks, right? The Rangers and everything, is
Flyers. When
the 2023 type of thing happens and we somehow win the World Series. It feels great. It feels great. I still, I'm like, you know what? We lost yesterday, but we did win 2 years ago. So let me go back and watch some highlights.
Growing up on Long Island, that is an odd choice. Was it the Nolan Ryan thing when you were growing up?
Well, it's crazy. I was playing fantasy baseball in 2005, and Ian Kinsler was one of my sleeper picks.
Second baseman, yeah.
And so I started, I was excited that I nailed a sleeper pick in 2005. He was like lighting the world on fire the first couple months, and then the league kind of caught up. So I was like, every time the Rangers scored a lot of runs, he was usually one of the reasons because he was batting leadoff. So I just started rooting for them. And then all of a sudden, all of them grew on me. Hamilton and Kinsler, Elvis Andrus, Michael Young, like all these guys.
Yeah, they were a good team for a while.
They got Vlad Guerrero for a minute. They had some good Beltray, one of my favorite players ever. He's just a goofball. So I started rooting for him. But fun fact, May 1st, 1991, I was born, and that was Nolan Ryan's 7th no-hitter. So it's it's like destiny.
Nice. It is destiny. Right? It is destiny.
God, you were born in 91.
I can't believe that. I feel so old.
I do too.
Elon Musk with Doge last night. This was with Brett Baer. Let's start here with cut 28, Phil.
And we're changing the culture. The culture is been not a lot of caring and not a lot of commitment to doing what's right relative to financial operations.
Can you pause it for 1 second? Didn't you guys think, and I mentioned this earlier, with Big Balls, the 19-year-old, didn't you think this was a group of 19,
Young,
20, 22, 24-year-olds that were doing
this?
this?
That's what I was told it was, right?
Yeah. I didn't realize it was a bunch of aging billionaires.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
Bunch of bald white dudes. I'd have been great in that group. Except I'm not a billionaire and I'm not smart.
All right, start it over. At least you're honest. Start it over, pal.
And we're changing the culture. The culture is been not a lot of caring and not a lot of commitment to doing what's right relative to financial operations. There's a $500 billion of fraud every year. There's hundreds of billion dollars of improper payments, and we can't pass an audit. The consolidated financial report is produced by Treasury, and we cannot pass it on. We have material weaknesses. What that means is that if I was a public company CFO, I would effectively be removed. I couldn't file financial statements. I couldn't issue securities, which of course we depend on. Can't pass an audit.
Right. The federal government cannot pass an audit. It's impossible. In fact, in order to pass an audit, you need the information necessary to pass an audit. You need to have the payment codes, you need to have the payment explanation, and you need to have a person you can contact to understand why that payment was made. None of those things were mandatory until just recently, just a few weeks ago. In fact, maybe last week?
Yeah, we're serving 580 plus agencies. And up until very recently, effectively they could say make the payment and Treasury just sent it out as fast as possible. No verification. And so what we're doing is what any household would do. But imagine you're a household, you have a bank account, everyone has an ATM card connected to that account, everyone has a checkbook connected to that account. It's not just your children, it's not just your parents, it's your in-laws, it's your extended family, and they all can go to the account and disperse funds. No questions asked, no justification, no verification.
I thought that was really revealing last night. It was a really good job out of that entire group, plus Brett Baer kind of, narrating and moderating the whole thing. I will say two things on this whole Doge concept. I'm blown away by the people that are mad over what they're mad about. They're not mad that the government is wasting their money. They're mad that Elon Musk has shined a spotlight on the waste. You have your anger geared in the wrong direction. You shouldn't be mad at Elon Musk. You should be mad at the people in office that are taking your money and doing absurd things with it. And then when it comes to losing money and having no accountability as to, well, we don't really know where this money went. I mean, it's a fireable offense. And these people in the federal government for years and years and years have been able to keep their job. I mean, I'm sure, Soccer, if your budget for 1210 for the year, if $1,000 goes missing, I'm pretty sure there's somebody at Odyssey that's going to call you out for that, right?
If $100 goes missing, somebody's calling me out for it.
And in this country, we just lose billions of dollars, and it's like, well, it was COVID fraud checks, but we don't know where the $92 million went.
You're 100% right.
You're fired.
Yep.
When my drawer was short, when I worked for Sherwin-Williams, $10, I had to fill out a report, and they investigated where it went.
Yep.
And I was like, guys, I really don't know. I must have gave out the wrong change. Like, I'm very sorry. It's $10. Your paint costs $80 a gallon. It's gonna be okay.
Yes.
Okay. Seriously, it was company policy, right?
Yeah.
So they could just lose billions of dollars.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, don't worry about it.
When I worked at Foot Locker in college and we closed on a Saturday night, I would get yelled at if the drawer was over. If we had more, if the computer said we should have $2,870, if there was $2,873, my boss would look at me like, "There's $3 too much." I'm like, "Is that a bad thing?"
Well, that's when you take it as a $3 tip and the drawer's fine.
Let's go grab a soda.
Cut 14 here, Phil, on Doge's accomplishments. What did they say? How long it was going to take them? They said give us until, what was the date?
It was July of 2026 when we turned 250.
Well, remember, Elon is a special employee. He only has a numbered amount of days, as we've talked about. So it's 130 days where you can legally be that special employee brought in by the president, and then you're out.
We'll get to that because that is a good point. We'll get to that. They do address that.
Just for clarification, then I don't know, Dawn, if you have the answer or not. So will Doge be able to exist even after Musk is gone, or is he the only one that has to kind of step aside?
That's the whole. This is how this disinformation, misinformation by the fake news media. This department is a department. There's a woman we've talked about who's actually the technical lead of it.
Yeah.
He is the chief advisor. So he's going through with his team, because it's a highly technical team, some of the top software programmers in the world who are world renowned in that, I know that's not our wheelhouse.
Yeah.
But so they have this time limit. The president brings them in, they find the stuff, and then they turn that over, and then it's dealt with.
The lady you're referring to is Amy Gleason.
Yeah, and I've reported on her all the time because people say, "Oh, he's the chief." No, he's not.
Yeah, he's just kind of the figurehead for it.
He's not the figurehead. That's just it. He's basically brought in as a special advisor. He's in charge of the data gathering. And then he gives the data over. He makes zero decisions.
Do we think that Doge would get the negative slant that it gets from the mainstream media if Elon Musk's name, face, and voice was not attached to this, but we were seeing Amy Gleason doing the media hits?
It's a great question.
I think you still would. I think
You
it's
think
because
so?
because maybe not to this extent, like where Teslas are being lit on fire and whatnot. But
Right.
I think you'd still see, because I think you'd still see them upset because they're coming after their money,
Yeah.
right? USAID, if USAID was targeted by someone we don't even know yet, they'd still have a problem
Right.
with it because that's where a lot of their, where the laundry is done. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
the laundromat. So I think you'd still see it.
Because if Amy Gleason,
but not to this extent. Maybe
if
not to
Amy
this
Gleason walked out in front of a television camera right now, 99.9% of Americans would have no idea who she is.
But keep in mind, there are media entities calling out why wasn't Amy Gleason within this interview with Brett Baer?
That's a good point. Great question.
I'm
Why-
not upset about where Amy Gleason was. I'm upset where was Big Balls? Why
Me
wasn't-
too. I was hoping when I saw Sean, you took the words right out of my mouth. When I saw that this interview was going to happen last night, I was like, "Oh my God, we're going to see Big Balls. This is going to be great."
Right.
Brett
gonna see
Baer
Big
should have
Balls.
led the interview off with, which one of you is Big Balls?
Then Brett could say, I'm Brett Baer.
And
AKA Big Bull.
Have big balls.
All right, so how much work have they done so far? Roll 14.
You technically are a special government employee, and you're supposed to be 130 days. Are you going to continue past that, or do you think that's what you're going to do? Or?
Well, I think we will have accomplished most of the work required to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion within that time frame.
So in that time frame, 130 days. And the process is a report at some point, at 100 days? Or?
Not really a report. We are cutting the waste and fraud in real time. So every day that passes, our goal is to reduce the waste and fraud by $4 billion a day, every day, 7 days a week. And so far, we are succeeding.
Yeah, I would say so. Now the question though becomes, and we talked about this earlier, Sean. It's one thing to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion, and Stocker, you pointed that out. But what are we doing now with that saving? Are we going to dump that money, so to speak, into the military defense budget? Because it's cool to pay off your credit card, but if you pay one credit card off and then run up a balance on the other one, well, you're back to the same problem you had before. What do you think is going to happen with this as far as the deficit and how it impacts Americans' bottom line? Because we're all looking for, life to be a little bit more affordable here sooner rather than later.
Well, I think Trump said during his joint address that the idea was to just pay down the debt with any spending cuts. And so that's the other thing, is that you can cut $1 trillion and that sounds great, but when you see, how crazy our deficit is and what our national debt looks like, you got to cut more than $1 trillion, right? Now you're going to have to make these cuts over time. I love when folks like Rand Paul proposed the penny plan, where you just cut 1% on top of 1% the next year, on top of 1% the next year. You keep compounding that. Next thing you know, you're balanced. We can't just doge our way out of this debt. You got to use that as a supplement, and you also have to cut spending in the budget. One thing I don't love is hearing all these conversations about the budget where they're like, well, raise the debt ceiling. It's like, well, hold on a second. But I understand in the short term, they have to do that. If you want to, tax cuts are classified as spending in these budgets. So it's all technicality stuff. Look, if it was up to me and up to a normal person, you start from zero. You don't start on last year's number, which was already too high, which is what happens all across the board. Ask your public schools, by the way, how they do their budget. When I used to sell paint, I would get schools that shopped with me, and they would say, I got to spend this money because if I don't spend it this year, I won't get it next year. And I was like, well, that's an easy sale for me. But, man, that's just wrong for the taxpayer to know that they're literally going to waste your money so they get it next year, instead of actually coming up with a plan and saying, I need this, that, and the other, because these are what I plan to spend money on this year. They're saying, well, I spent this much last year, so give me that much plus 10% is essentially what was going on. You got to balance the budget. You have to cut spending and codify those spending cuts on top of what DOGE is finding, so you can actually get yourself out of this hole. It's one thing to make, like you said, one payment on the credit card, but if you're racking up another one on the side, you're not really getting yourself out of any debt. So I want to see both things happen, not just one thing happen.
Yep.
On the issue of Congress that Dawn brought up, the process is still involving Congress, right? Because they're the ones that make the cuts.
Money.
Yep. Roll 16, Phil.
A few weeks. But the process, it still involves Congress, right? At some level?
We try to keep Congress as informed as possible, but the law does say that money needs to be spent correctly. It should not be spent fraudulently or wastefully. It's not contrary to Congress to avoid waste and fraud. It is consistent with the law and consistent with Congress. And we've seen actually great support, at least from the Republican side of the House, and occasionally some Democrats, too.
We try to keep Congress as informed as possible.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
that's a little shady in my opinion.
But again, well, you guys go ahead. I just think that he's not the head of this. He's the data guy. He gives over the data, and then they are supposed to. The law is they have to inform Congress. That's the truth, but that's not his wheelhouse.
Yeah, I don't think he's making any decisions, right? Like, he's just providing the information and advising, and ultimately it's up to Gleason and some of these other individuals that have official acting authority, right? I mean, that's the way I view it.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And by the way, too,
yeah.
as far as the waste, fraud, and abuse,
Yep.
you should throw in this word with, fiscal responsibility. I mean, now, I don't know about all of these real exotic things like the 9-month-old that somehow received a check for $100,000 and it was cashed. Obviously, we know a 9-month-old's not cashing a check, but somebody did. I mean, the irresponsible nature of the government, as somebody this is just something that drives me insane as somebody who's fiscally conservative. How do we just make look, and I get it, people make mistakes, but the amount of instances and examples where we've had this exorbitant amount of money with checks going to people that either that don't have the ability to cash a check, that have perished, that are dead. And again, some of it is exaggerated with 149-year-olds. I think so. But are there people out there that have been dead for 13 years that are somehow still getting checks? How does nobody care to pick up on this until Elon Musk and Doge came along? Yeah. We're just cool with that. And I'm not talking about citizens. I'm talking about people that are in these departments where it's their job to know it, and they either don't know or they don't care.
One of the biggest examples that we played earlier that I want to play again of when a government agency, when it's not their money they're playing with and when it's other people's money, then it doesn't matter because you're like, well, this could cost me $10, but this one over here cost me $25, but it doesn't matter because it's not my money, so I'm going to go with the more expensive one because that one looks better. Mm-hmm. This, to a billionth degree, literally, this is cut 15, on a government survey on national parks. This is what they were spending. This is what they could have spent. Roll this.
For you, what's the most astonishing thing you've found out in this process?
The sheer amount of waste and fraud in the government. It is astonishing. It's mind-blowing. We routinely encounter wastes of $1 billion or more, casually. For example, like the simple survey that was literally a 10-question survey that you could do with SurveyMonkey, cost you about $10,000. Was the government was being charged almost $1 billion for that.
For just the survey?
$1 billion for a simple online survey. Do you like the national park? And then there appeared to be no feedback loop for what would be done with that survey. So the survey would just go into nothing. It was like insane.
$10,000,
$1 billion.
Yeah.
It's just pennies, right?
Yeah. Why drop $10K when you could drop a cool bill?
When it's not your money, it doesn't matter. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the point.
This reminds me of when I go to the grocery store and I go and I get, I'll give you a perfect example, mouthwash. You can buy Crest or Listerine and pay $8.99 for that green or blue mouthwash, or you could buy the generic Bobo version for $3.99. It is the same thing. There is no difference. Why would you spend $9 on it when you can spend $4? Who does
because
that?
The label.
I'm not buying the
so
generic.
Nice.
I want my Crest.
I'm not either.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm with Dawn.
Do a taste.
I'm on Team Nick in this one.
Look, trust me.
I get a lot of migraines. Okay.
Yeah.
I could buy Excedrin for $10, or I could buy the one that says Publix migraine relief with the exact same ingredients.
Same ingredients.
For $4.
Same thing.
And I go, give me that.
No
one.
difference.
Does it work just as well as the Excedrin?
Yeah.
And here's what we'll do. Yeah. Jimmy Kelly, Phil Omquist on Monday's show. Let's do a blind mouthwash taste test.
Oh boy,
here we go.
And we'll swish, we'll spit, we'll gargle. Dawn might guzzle. As I find my drop here.
Believe me, you will guzzle.
And
this is going to be better than the water tasting test.
Yes.
Dr. Mass.
Now, look, I do think there are some things you have to go store brand versus Bobo and mainstream versus all the expensive, like mustard. Mustard, you can do Bobo, right? Generic mustard and any top-notch mustard.
Mustard.
Same thing. Ketchup, you can't. Ketchup, you have to go Heinz. You can't do store brand ketchup.
Yeah, there's a difference there. You could definitely taste different with ketchup.
Mouthwash.
Yeah. I feel like the store brand ketchup tastes like tinny.
Yeah, it's trash.
Disagree.
Like you're like it's like pennies.
You like store brand ketchup?
No, not everyone. The Aldi, whatever that Aldi ketchup is.
Is it good?
That it's very good.
Stop
and
eating
no high fructose.
Stop eating ketchup. You guys aren't 7.
I've been telling my wife that for 22 years.
Ketchup is fantastic.
It is. It's a condiment for children.
Correct.
Just
no,
like
it's not.
just
and
like
you know what? You know what? It's even better when they made it green for a few years.
Oh, God.
They had all the different ones. And you had the green ketchup pouring out. Oh, it was so much fun. It felt like you were like on Alien on another planet. Look at this. I got green ketchup. It was great.
All over your face.
Bring it back.
Ketchup should not be eaten after the age of 7, and milk should not be drank or drunk, whatever the consumed after the age of 7.
Yeah, that is a.
I don't know.
That is a. You're on to something with ketchup, but your milk take is terrible.
Horrible take, I guess.
Ferris,
I can't believe we're in a room of ketchup haters here. This is unbelievable.
Yeah,
I'm not a hater.
No.
Yeah. This is I'm with you. That's right. And you like the Aldi ketchup, which I love Aldi. I'll tell you what. Speaking of knockoff brands, you walk in there. There was my favorite. Some of the knockoff brands have like the funniest, most creative names. So you have Lucky Charms. I saw one where it was like Marshmallow Mateys, right? So it's like little pirates and stuff. It's the same thing. Yeah. There was Frosted Flakes, and there was another one where it was like this close to what it was. But yeah, you walk into Aldi and you're in the land of knockoffs. But it's all more affordable. And still good.
Well, Ill Skill says on Twitter to us, there is no store brand Listerine. It's a one-of-a-kind soap for mouthwash. There is no alternative if you want a clean mouth.
We have a Listerine cultist on X then, I guess.
Listerine elitist.
My gosh.
Robot Speed 989 says, I had some milk last night to quell some heartburn. Is that acceptable? Yes, that is acceptable. Yes. Because I do know that milk does help with heartburn. You know what else
or
does?
yogurt.
Pepsid. Thank you very much.
No, you know what works instantly?
What?
It's disgusting. Take some baking soda, pour it into water, and dissolve it, and just chug it. It's the most disgusting thing in the world, but it goes away after a few burps. It goes away immediately.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't get that. That sounds terrible.
We should do more. We have to stay on track here because, we very rarely do. We have to do more, though. We have more from Elon Musk and Doge. We have a Yale professor that is fleeing to Canada.
Uh-oh.
RFK Jr. talks about cutting services. Pam Bondi arresting the MS-13 leaders. We have all of that coming up on the other side.
That's correct. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Veteran-owned Anderson Mechanical Corporation. They are growing rapidly, and they have career opportunities available for you. If working for a company built on integrity, discipline, and work ethic is important to you, call them today. Veterans highly encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com. More of the cut sheet, but first a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. Great to see them last Friday. Hard to believe it's already been a week since Radiothon as they were here, and now they are back to doing what they do best, high-end furniture, because their spring sale is underway. And if you're looking to refresh your home with quality furniture that lasts, you need to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive 58,000 square foot showroom in Hatfield is packed with stunning antique, vintage, and high-end furniture. Everything from Stickley and Henkel Harris to Ethan Allen and more. And right now, you can save big during their spring sale. It's home season. People are going to be purchasing, moving. You might need new furniture. This is the place to do it. Now through the end of the month, only a couple of days left. Get 15% off store-wide. Plus, when you buy 3 or more items, you'll get 25% off an additional item. Conditions apply. Whether you're after that classic, modern, or rustic style, they've got everything for every space, every room in your house. And the best part, no waiting months for delivery. You can take it home the same day, or they'll ship it nationwide with their white glove delivery service. Check out their incredible showroom in Hatfield, or visit them online right now, BucksCountyEstateTraders.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Get the meal deal you really want. Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any sizzly, any hot or iced coffee, and a hash brown for $5.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Home is where everything should just work. Until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hard-working Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Yeah. Uno, dos, tres, mustard. It's the U2 DeSantis Vertigo remix. Available on Spotify and iTunes or wherever you get your music. Kayal and Company as we continue. It's a Farish Friday. Sean Farish with us from Tennessee. We actually have a Ron DeSantis, Governor DeSantis, I should say, story that we might get to a little bit later from the Miami Herald. Speaking of governors, real quick before we continue with the cut sheet, the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, we were talking about his little book tour and his media appearances that he's been doing. And I told you that on Amazon you can get the book for $12. I was just reading some of the reviews during the break. The top 2 reviews, by the way, he gets 3.1 stars out of 5. I'm going to read you these 2 reviews. First subject, poorly written. It appears that this book was thrown together with a wing and a prayer. Kind of like the Harris Walz ticket, if you think about it. There are numerous occasions where the same thought about Walz is repeated throughout the book. The book appears to be written for elementary-age students. No depth to the ideas that the author is trying to address. And then Save Your Money is the next headline. Relatively interesting, while extremely limited on background information, policy details, and specifics. Not pricey, but nonetheless, not worth the money. The Tim Walz book, available on Amazon now.
Wow.
If you want to help Tim Walz pay the heating and cooling bills this year.
This is cut 17 here on Social Security. I know a lot of people have been discussing the cuts or what's happening with Social Security. Let's start with cut 17 here. Roll it.
We learned 40% of the phone calls that they get are from fraudsters.
40%?
That's right. Almost half.
Yes, and they steal people's Social Security is what happens. Is they call in, they say they claim to be a retiree, then they convince the Social Security person on the phone to change where the money's flowing. It actually goes to some fraudster. This is happening all day, every day. And then somebody doesn't receive their Social Security. It's because of all the fraud loopholes in the Social Security system.
How do you reassure people that what you all are doing is not going to affect their benefits?
No, in fact, what we're doing will help their benefits. Legitimate people, as a result of the work of DOGE, will receive more Social Security, not less. I want to emphasize that. As a result of the work of DOGE, legitimate recipients of Social Security will receive more money, not less money.
All right.
I want to emphasize that point and let the record show that I said this, and it will be proven out to be true. Let's check back on this in the future.
So, Washington Post, the Social Security.
Wow, Elon's like, here, I'm going to make sure you have the receipts. Do you hear the words that are coming? I want to emphasize. When he does that, and he does that occasionally, he's done that a couple of times since he got on the trail with Trump, you know he's serious. So that's interesting because we've heard for 10 years that Donald Trump's going to get rid of Social Security. Last time I checked, it's still here. But there is fraud and abuse. Look, we have people in this audience that are collecting Social Security checks. And if that number is correct, I mean, if you've been on the receiving end of fraudulent activity, I'd love to hear from you on the phones, on social media. If you use it, 855-839-1210. Dawn, you mentioned a story a while back. Wasn't it somebody from Texas that fraudulently used your Social Security number or identification?
Well, that was a discovery that somebody got my Social Security number,
right?
Which every American citizen has.
Yeah.
This person was not an American citizen, but was working and needed a number, and so somehow got mine. And so then it was just a mess. But the bottom, I tracked it down. I found the guy. He was like a janitor working for a corporation in Texas. So I called a guy.
Went by Dawn.
Oh yeah. So then I called this woman, and I'm like, and so I was like, you can look me up. I'm a public person in Philadelphia. I've never been to this place in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And she was talking to me, and she's like, oh my God, it's the guy, but he was going by like another name, like Manuel or whatever. And so then I called the social. Nobody wanted to deal with me from the government side, whatever. And then I called the woman. She's like, you're going to get me fired. I shouldn't have talked to you.
Wow.
So I didn't give her name because I felt I was grave. But the problem is nobody wants to has in the past wanted to deal with this.
Right.
So even like, let's say somebody for whatever reason they're getting a change of your address, or they're using your social for whatever reason, they could get your benefits, and it's a real mess, and you might not even be aware of it.
Wow.
So it was the weird thing with me. It was because I'm a public person. That was at the end of the day, because I've been identity thefted like 3 times. The most famous one was on the main line at the Saks, in Bala. And they knew that it wasn't, the woman had like my information. They're like, yeah, you're not Dawn.
You're not Dawn Stensland, yeah. I watch her on the news. You're not her.
You know what I mean? So how many people for how many years has this, how long has this been going on?
Yeah.
And why wouldn't we focus on this?
Seems like an important
Isn't
issue
it
to focus on.
bizarre?
It is.
It is bizarre, and it's even crazier that Manuel thought he could pass himself off as Dawn. I'm not behind. I can't. You don't look like a Manuel to me.
I'm Manny, but I identify as Dawn.
To your point, that's why all the gender stuff, it actually kind of matters. I mean, not
Kind
that
of, yeah.
Not that anybody
Some
was
would say.
a little bit.
Not that anybody was paying attention. I don't know if Manuel came to work as a janitor dressed as a lady. You know what I mean? I have no idea.
According to Brett Baer, the Social Security Administration website crashed 4 times in 10 days. What are we doing to stop that from happening? Roll it.
Washington Post, the Social Security Administration website crashed 4 times in 10 days this month because the servers were overloaded, blocking millions of retirees and disabled veterans from logging into their online accounts. Freaked people out. Is that going to change?
Yes, we're going to make sure that the website stays online.
I mean, but is it a result of going in there or something you're doing?
No. The amount of issues that were with the Social Security system are enormous. As an example, there are over 15 million people that are over the age of 120 that are marked as alive in the Social Security system.
And that's an accurate figure.
Yeah, correct.
15 million.
Correct. This has been something that's been identified as a problem. Again, pre-existing problems since 2008 at least, from an IG report. So.
Hey, how'd you like to have a Super Bowl party with these guys? What a group! But you know what? They're not here for entertainment. They're here to get to the bottom of this. And look,
seen and not heard, or
yeah,
not seen and also not heard, because
websites.
Listen, like I said, I used to sell
crash.
paint, and I've watched paint dry, and it's definitely more entertaining than that. But. No, it's funny. Elon is like, no, we're going to keep the website online. And I can't wait for the leftists to be like, well, how's he going to do that? This guy just rescued astronauts from outer space and runs a social media platform. I'm pretty sure he can keep a website. I'm pretty sure he can keep a website online. And by the way, you have look at the budget that we have with this government. You can't keep the website on. You really can't do that. It blows my mind that we're in 2025 and a government website can be overloaded and shut down because people are logging in. Like if and by the way, if Ukrainians were logging into their account where they get our taxpayer money and that went down, we hear about how Putin, it's all about Putin, we got to fix that. But meanwhile, our people get the shoved up the Buttigieg would know a little bit.
No, that's
Mayor Pete.
Mr. President.
Buttigieg. Listen, I'll tell you what. Now let me just tell you something, okay? We call him Packer Pete because he's going to work for UPS, right? Because he packs a lot. He packs a lot. A lot of packages that he likes to put in his personal care. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, we do, sir.
Oh, my God.
We do. Yes, we do.
Hairy balls.
Yeah.
What can Brown do for you? Is what they say.
Jesus, man.
Oh, how about this?
Mr. President on fire.
Yes, he is. We have a Social Security story. Let's grab CJ. I think this is Officer CJ from Havertown. CJ, what's going on, buddy?
Neighbor is accusing him of this.
Oh, no. Let's listen in. He's having a conversation.
No, we can't listen to a conversation.
Oh, we can't? Is that against the law?
That's against the law.
You can't wiretap online?
No, because only Jeffrey Goldberg can do that.
Are you using the Signal app, CJ?
There's stricter rules against from the FCC than there are. All right, let's move on to Pam Bondi.
We have integrity. That's why we would not do that.
On the DOJ entering says will not enter a plea deal with the Las Vegas Tesla firebomber.
Nor should they.
Roll this.
Happening with this Las Vegas Tesla criminal who he was arrested And now federal charges have been filed against him. This was something that was needed, given everything we're seeing happening to those dealerships and those cars across the country.
That was remarkable police work, working with the state police, our FBI. They have been going nonstop on this case. This guy is in custody. Laura, he is facing 5-year minimum mandatory to 20 years in prison. And this was great police work. This guy thought he got away with it. So these people better look out. They better cut it out, because we are coming after you. And at my direction, there will be no negotiating on these people.
No plea
We are
deals.
seeking 20 years in prison.
Yeah.
They are setting off bombs, the huge fires. Look what you're seeing, huge, massive fires in residential neighborhoods.
Someone's gonna
at
get killed.
charging stations. Someone is going to get killed. A citizen is going to get killed. And these people, we are not doing any plea negotiations on them. So they better cut it out.
We have some information about the groups that he belonged to, this individual. Let's watch.
Somebody better
But a preliminary assessment of the suspect's social media activity indicates some very loose but self-proclaimed ties to the Communist Party USA social media group, as well as social media groups called Revolutionary Communist International, Hidden Palestine, Palestine Action, and a variety of other social media groups.
Palestine again. Wow.
I mean, this is like a cliche of every left-wing communist, socialist, Hamas.
Right. We are looking at, in all of these cases, every aspect, we are not going to leave a stone unturned.
So
unlike the Epstein files.
Hey, come on, I'm praising Pam today. Pam's doing
Listen,
good
Pam-
work.
Pam, I'll give her credit for this for sure. I mean, like, all jokes aside, the cut it out thing was kind of silly. Like, you sound like a mom.
Jimmy, I need that on
cut
the
it out.
board.
Cut it out.
Yeah, I'm having flashbacks to
then
Uncle
she said
Joey.
Then she
from
said
Full
20
House.
years.
Yeah, cut it out, right?
Cut
But
it out.
But I will say this: I do appreciate that she's taking it seriously. That she's taking this seriously, and I don't think they should get plea deals.
Why? I mean, why
And
would
I love
they
the
have? They
fact-
have him dead to rights.
I love the fact they got this guy, this guy, and the Palestine. I guess he went to school at Hogwarts too, since he believes in things that don't exist.
Yeah.
But it's just absolutely it's just wild.
As a
right? That
prosecutor,
this is where we're at.
Yeah, and to me, as a prosecutor, you're only offering a plea deal if you have a weak case, if you have a big case log and you're loaded with cases, you don't have the resources, you don't have the money in the department. When you got this guy dead to rights, I mean, he's been identified. I make an example out of this guy because you're right, and Laura Ingram's correct when she says somebody could die. You're I gave you the specifics when we came out of the big take this morning. This guy had a shotgun or a rifle. He shot out the security cameras. Then he Molotov cocktailed and shot Teslas. 5 of them were destroyed and on fire. I mean, what if one explodes and there's a person walking? Whatever it might be. To me, I don't know, Sean. Do you think this is domestic terrorism? Because I do.
Without question.
Okay.
I mean, without question. When you're planting bombs, right, in dealerships, that's not what this guy did, but he threw a Molotov cocktail, which is essentially an improvised type of bomb, right? You're shooting vehicles that aren't yours, and it's more than just vandalizing personal property and things like this. Is absolutely terrorism. Like there's no okay. If a mom who is upset with what their child is learning or a book in the school library is a domestic terrorist at a school board meeting, then this guy is absolutely a domestic terrorist. Their rules. Now, by the way, where's the party of gun control on the fact that this guy's got a rifle?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Yeah.
Where are they? Or they asleep at the wheel? The guns are okay when Mr. China does it with his CCP ties or whatever the hell it is, Hamas and all this. They're like, oh no, it's just be nice to him. Whoa. He's got one of these guns. You don't like guns. He's shooting things with them. What's happening? Where are you? Where is everybody? Where are these people who say guns are bad? They're good when he has it? What's the deal?
Can you imagine the media coverage if this was 7 years ago and Elon Musk was still a darling of the left and Trump supporters were doing this to Teslas in a defiant act against climate change?
Yeah.
Could you imagine the coverage?
Just imagine if it was a year ago when, I think Biden drove a Jeep Rubicon across the White House or whatever, and you had a kid in a MAGA hat take a gun and start shooting up Jeep dealerships. You'd still be hearing about, here we go, it's the worst attack on our country since the Civil War. You'd still be hearing about it. This guy's walking around, he's shooting up Tesla. Okay, when we boycotted Bud Light, aside from Kid Rock, who it was his personal property, he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't walk into a Bud Light plant and start destroying the place.
Yeah, there's a
he
huge
bought
difference.
Bud Light and destroyed it.
Yep.
Bud Light doesn't care
Yep.
because he bought it.
Yep.
If anything, he actually helped them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's we're not like tracking down people who liked Dylan Mulvaney's posts on TikTok and Instagram and like burning their things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
When we didn't want to support Bud Light, we left it on the shelf.
Yep.
These people don't want to support Tesla. They're destroying the vehicles.
Yep.
I mean, like, go get a grip.
It would be one thing if they literally just said, you know what, we're not going to buy Teslas, or, you know, there was a boycott, everybody was trading them in, whatever. Like, that's organic. That's, you know, that's a protest. Firebombing and setting and damaging people's personal property and their cars, F no.
It's terrorism.
Cut 25, Phil. This she talks about arresting the MS-13 leader who was living here legally in the United States for over a decade, and by the way, was recruited in a middle school. Roll this.
Start him young.
How did you find this guy, and how long has he been in the United States?
He has been in the United States for probably over a decade, but we believe he was recruited in middle school. In middle school, can you believe that? In middle school, but he's been living here illegally with friends and family, and the Biden administration did absolutely nothing to deport these people. You know, as the president says, we didn't need new laws. We needed a new president to fix this. And today, with Governor Glenn Youngkin and a task force, we started it February 25th. And in less than a month, they have captured so many of these MS-13 gang members. Laura, their techniques and what they were doing with state, local, federal partnerships hasn't been done.
People are watching this tonight and they're saying, how on earth could this have happened? Not only this, which was significant, obviously 24 years of age, very young and very vicious. But then you have these people in Massachusetts that ICE has rounded up, these child predators and rapists who, you know, excuse me, Mayor of Boston and the governor of Massachusetts, say, oh, no, we're tough on criminals. These people are just walking about the streets free as a bird until you guys actually got them.
They are.
It's insane.
They are. So this task force is DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals working with ICE, all working hand in hand, sharing data.
It's really, really remarkable. This was a top 3 MS-13 member, one of the top leaders. And this guy, and Youngkin, for his entire term of now closing in on 8 years, has been trying to get things like this accomplished because they found him, I think, just south of D.C. in Virginia. And the administration prior to Trump, it just wasn't a priority, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about opening up the southern border, allowing everybody in. You want to create sanctuary cities. All why? You don't care about these people. It's all a grift to get their vote.
By the way,
That's all it is.
Can I say something that I'm sure is not going to be a popular opinion here? But that's what I do. I throw turds in punch bowls.
And you throw Molotov cocktails on the radio.
So during this raid for this MS-13 gang member, Pam Bondi showed up in thigh-high boots and a miniskirt.
I knew. I was waiting for Greg Stocker to bring this up.
Can you put the?
Can you put the
photo? Can you put the photo up there?
Are you sure that's not like a gold strip of like the fabric in the pants?
No, Dawn, those are thigh high boots, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
I mean, she's working the corner on a Saturday night. Like,
I can't tell. Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dawn, you're definitely that's leg.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
I was dreading this. I was trying to get through. So I thought, if he doesn't say it by Friday, maybe it'll just be outdated and he'll forget.
We're going to need a boots expert.
Mustard.
I told you it was going to be an unpopular opinion, but like if we're going to criticize Mayor Pete for showing up in Gucci boots, like is this appropriate?
Is Kristi Noem appropriate the way she was dressed at the?
She was dressed fine.
Yeah,
El Salvadorian prison.
She was
dressed fine.
Totally dressed. Yeah.
She was dressed fine.
Okay. So let's just describe it.
So
she has on a blazer that's an off-white tailored blazer. The blazer is fabulous. Then the skirt, which one would think, well, hopefully it's not a skirt. Hopefully it's a skort, because it is like short. And so you can underneath picture how long a blazer would be, and then the black whatever skort is maybe 2 inches below that. So this is a very short skirt, and she's rocking it. Let me tell you, the girlfriend works out. She's a runner, and she has nice legs.
Yeah, 60-year-old.
She's rocking it.
A 60-year-old trying to be 20, but okay.
Yeah,
let me see.
Age appropriate. And That's why I love my teenage sons because they're like, Mom, what are you wearing? You know what I mean? That's what she needed. She needed that to go, Mom, you can't wear that to a raid. What are you thinking?
I'm not sure that's
a little
skirt.
interesting there.
It's a skirt.
It looks like Jamie Lee Curtis from Trading Places.
Thank
What are we
you.
talking about here?
Perfect.
Okay.
Do we have other
Perfect
images?
doesn't look nice.
YouTube.com.
No, it looks nice.
PhD if you want to see the video. You could vote, appropriate or not. See, the problem is that everybody's going to get in their partisan feelings and be like, if it's Pam Bondi, then everything she does is correct. But if it was Buttigieg, everybody would be like, no, it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate.
Now, what's the context?
I don't ever want to see Buttigieg in a miniskirt.
Right.
Well, he might rock something like that. I don't know.
Well, he wears the chest feeding kit.
He does that. He wears
No, but
the
here's
miniskirt.
Dawn, where is this at now? Is this the crime scene of
Yes.
Okay.
That's the news conference. So
I'm going to defend Pam here because I've criticized her. I've criticized her before, and
Good for you.
guys get mad at me when I criticize Pam. So I'm going to defend her, not because you're mad. I don't really care about your feelings. I'm telling you my opinion. Let's just assume she was in the office as a prosecutor, and this happens, and she's leaving work. Does she have to go home and change?
No, this is you're the attorney general. No.
Okay, so you're
you
saying
don't wear
that-
this.
Why are you who are you prosecuting in a miniskirt?
Okay, so you're saying that the outfit's not appropriate no matter the setting.
Yeah.
This is.
I don't know why. I didn't think she was wearing a miniskirt in at the Department of Justice either. I didn't think. I thought maybe she'd wear pants.
Is it out of line, Dawn, for a prosecutor to wear a skirt like that? Forget this setting. If she was dressed, if she was in a courtroom, is that out of line?
The only show that was.
I'll defer to Dawn.
And honest to God, women have the different higher standard, right? As far as how you look, how you're judged. She, of course, is at a high level, an attorney, all of that, and full of integrity, and known from Florida, and all of that. Okay, but this is just, by all accounts, if I don't know if her dad's alive, but if her dad were there, he'd be like, Pam, go put some pants on. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
And,
if
my
what are you
dad,
gonna do? You're gonna go prosecute a case in the courtroom and like that in front of the jury? I mean, maybe.
Phil, can we find I need other angles and better zoom. Just to clarify, this is in fact a dress. I'm not sold.
She looks great. She's a really attractive, really fit woman.
Yeah,
but
would.
The thing about it is that she, you are an official of the United States of America. And so wear something that looks professional. So is that
we give
professional?
Fetterman enough crap, don't we?
That's exactly right. So I would say on both counts. Fetterman,
I saw him in a miniskirt.
Thank you.
Fetterman dressed professionally.
Who would you
and-
rather see in a miniskirt, Fetterman or Mayor Pete? Let's put up a poll question.
No, and she rocks it. That's not the point. The point is that what you wear matters. Let's just be real
Greg,
about
you're
it.
being ripped.
We have. Of course I am.
Brian Reed says on X, in all capital letters, who cares how she's dressed? She got the job done.
Agreed.
God,
Agreed.
Greg
Agreed.
Stalker loves
Absolutely.
to nitpick.
I do love to nitpick. I also
this
like to
Brian
do.
Reed doesn't understand radio very well. This is
Thank
fun,
you, Sean.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
Do it live.
My
Okay,
God.
Brian, Greg has the ulterior motive. If you're new to us, and that is everybody now is going to
YouTube to see the video.
To see the video.
Thank you.
Because
all right, we really have to break.
And by the way, from behind,
well.
you don't know her age. She's looking.
All right.
She's smoking.
YouTube.com.
She's probably the sexiest.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Vote on that. We really, really, really have to break. More on the other side.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:02, fourth and final hour underway on a Friday. Brought to you by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Veteran-owned and rapidly growing, with career opportunities available for you. If working for a company built on integrity, discipline, and work ethic is important to you, call them today. Veterans highly encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com as we continue with Leggate here with Pam Bondi. Now, can we throw this back up on the YouTube chat? Because Richard Notaro makes a great point.
Yeah.
He says on X, the AG Bondi is wearing leggings under that skirt. No one's legs are that shade of beige.
Go on.
Now, I think he's correct with the leggings, although the beige color...
Spray tan.
Well,
she's not wearing leggings.
But look at the concrete. You see the shadows? So I think the light is reflecting on her legs.
She's not wearing leggings. I don't think she's.
So you don't think she's wearing leggings? It looks like there's gold shoes at the bottom. Do you see the gold at the bottom of the second strip of black? We really need to examine this.
We're going in like forensic.
Yeah. This is a deep dive. This is investigative discovery here.
This is the most interested Nick Kayal has ever been
in this entire show. This is bigger than the big tape.
Like, could we zoom in?
By the way,
the inner thigh to see if those are actually tights.
The partisanship of this audience is showing, because right now on the appropriate or not is 63-37. So people,
as in, yes, it's appropriate.
Yes, it's appropriate. So I mean, come on.
This is a rigged poll. People are very rigged.
People are calling
voter ID.
People are calling us out, by the way, because of the way we dress, Nick.
That's fine.
And but it's fine. I'm not going on I'm not the Attorney General.
Yeah.
If I was the Attorney General, I'd wear a suit every day.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny. You know what? If you want that level of the people who are upset, like, oh, who cares? Go then go to a library from 6 to 10.
Here's
in the
what
morning.
I'll give you.
That's when get that level
Go
of
to the
entertainment.
library.
We'll give you an option.
Hey, the librarian is watching
chat
this
with
right
the
now.
li-
Muffin.
Yeah. We'll give
I bet
you
the
either.
librarian's not. I bet you
Yeah.
the librarian's not dressed like that.
Might be.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. We'll give you a boring, low-rated morning show, but we'll all come dressed in suits, or we'll come how we feel comfortable and kick ass.
By the way, I
It's up
don't
to
even
you.
I don't even want to admit what this T-shirt cost me. By the way, because it's a vintage 70s Black Sabbath shirt. So.
Maybe Phil Onquist can shed some light on that coming up at 9:50.
So yes, you can say what you want to, but I collect vintage shirts. Okay, we have to stay on track here.
Yeah, let's get back to something interesting like Social Security.
This story, you played this earlier, Nick, in the Big Take. I want to get into this with Dawn and Sean as well. The Rochester police officers broke the rules by assisting border agents, they're saying.
This is unbelievable.
This is an unbelievable story. This happened in Rochester, New York. They were assisting border agents, and they're being disciplined for it. Roll this package.
Good evening, I'm Matt Malloy. The actions of multiple RPD officers under review tonight. The mayor says when Border Patrol officers called for backup on Monday evening, several city officers responded, and in the course of helping with the traffic stop, they violated the terms of Rochester's sanctuary city status. 13 Wham's Daniel Finkelstein joins us now with a breakdown of what the mayor says happened, how the police union is responding, and what happens next. Daniel, good evening.
Good evening, Matt. While helping on that traffic stop, Mayor Evans says RPD officers verbally directed the occupants to exit the vehicle and then helped handcuff him. That's where he says city police went too far. It happened early Monday evening near here, Whitney Street off Lyle Avenue on the city's west side.
The Rochester Police Department received an emergency request for backup at the scene of a traffic stop.
A request from Border Patrol officers who had stopped a van. Chief David Smith says when a police supervisor arrived, he canceled the emergency response based on what he saw.
From watching the body-worn camera footage, what is concerning to me is, despite the fact that we were called, we went lights and siren, I see in the video a total lack of urgency on the part of multiple Border Patrol officers at the scene.
Smith says Border Patrol should have initiated contact with those in the car, but instead it was RPD. The mayor says city officers acted outside their scope.
The officers on the scene were verbally directed the occupants to get out of the vehicle, and this is against our policy.
Oh my God.
Rochester's Sanctuary City resolution was passed in 1986 and was later reaffirmed in 2017. That and RPD's General Order 502 prohibits RPD from enforcing federal immigration law, but allows for certain levels of assistance, only to ensure the safety of those involved.
We are not to be handcuffing subjects. We are not to be doing pat frisks on subjects. And we are absolutely not going to be detaining them or putting them into our cars.
The circumstances surrounding why the van and its estimated 8 people were stopped remain unclear. But city leaders say RPD should not have helped as they did. Mayoral candidate Mary Lupian says she has seen the video, which she says shows more than 8 RPD officers threatening immigrant construction workers inside the van, at one point threatening to break the car's windows.
The only time we will ever take any type of law enforcement action is for officer safety issues or exigent circumstances.
I don't know about you, Sean, but I said earlier this morning, I can't wait. That executive order from Trump ending sanctuary cities can't come fast enough.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting. And you'll get obviously an activist judge who's going to say he can't do that. So you know what? I'm going to say, all right, you know what, to this whole judge thing, if a district court judge has more power than a Supreme Court justice, if that's the way we want to interpret things, no problem. In 2028, President J.D. Vance should appoint Judge Trump to a district court.
Could
Oh,
you
the Supreme
imagine
Court.
that?
Oh my God.
The greatest
Can you
judge.
imagine?
The verdict is in. I win again, right?
Sir,
The
would you
verdict
look
is
good in a robe?
He never went to law
I
school.
would
He doesn't
look
have a law
wonderful in a robe.
degree.
And I'm not putting on that wig. We're not going to do that like they do in Europe. But I'll be the greatest judge the world has ever seen. Apparently, at that point, he's the president, so it's fine. I think that's it.
Yep.
J.D. Vance. All right, Donald, and then just in. That's it.
Well, you know New
Wanna
York.
play?
You
Wanna
know,
play? Let's play.
You know New
Okay?
York better than I do. Is Rochester a blue area?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It
yeah.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was under the impression that a lot of upstate New York was more red.
So did I.
Syracuse.
No, a lot of upstate is all red. A lot of upstate is more red. Albany is the capital, so that's just a cesspool. Syracuse, Rochester, and if you count Buffalo, there's like, I don't know, 15 people who live there. And it's very sad what happened to that city.
Kathy
I
Hochul.
said, if I was the Bucktooth Bandit, I was $500 million for a stadium for the Buffalo Bills. Oh, and let's give it to my friend, but I don't know how that happened. Okay, great. Okay. The funny part is with this trade war in Canada, if I was Donald Trump, I would make one threat. It would all stop. You keep talking, you keep acting up. We're going to give you Buffalo, right? We're just going to shift the border the other way on the Niagara Falls. You're going to get Buffalo. Give them Buffalo. Canada doesn't want
Trump
that.
trades Buffalo to Canada.
We keep the wings. You get the city. Okay?
We get Greenland.
I love
you get
it.
Buffalo.
Oh, that is amazing. I love it.
Recently,
Judge Trump.
Yeah, Doug, go ahead.
Recently, the mayor of Syracuse walked this back and said that they're a welcoming city. They're no longer a sanctuary city.
Oh, just welcome.
Oh, okay. So it's a new name now. Got
Okay.
it.
Welcoming.
Like how critical race theory
Wink,
became
wink.
DEI.
Yeah, okay.
And, the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Okay. Tom Homan yesterday said, boy, this is going to be, he loves to troll. He loves to troll the left. This is amazing. He said this when he was interviewed by, it was a Kudlow? I'm not sure. This is 11, Phil. You have this? I think it was Kudlow.
I think it's going to open up a lot of eyes. I think illegal aliens, most vulnerable, are not going to spend their life savings to hand it to a criminal cartel to come to the United States, knowing we ended catch and release. You're not going to be released in the United States. You're going to be deported immediately. And as the Secretary said, we got a lot of tools in the toolbox. El Salvador prison's one. We got Gitmo. We got other countries. So for those countries who push back on taking their criminal nationals back, we'll send them to another country. We got a lot of tools in this toolbox. Again, President Trump's a game changer. We got illegal immigration on board down 96% because of the policies of the Trump administration. And we got, let's say, record number of criminals. We still got a lot more to do in the interior, but we got the right team put together. This is the greatest team I've seen in my over 40 years serving as a special agent, a border patrol agent. I've never seen a team this serious about making this country safe. We got a great president. He's got a great team. So I wake up every day like a kid in the candy shop getting ready to go to work. And I know we're making a difference every day.
This guy gets out of bed pissed off, ready to rule the day. I saw a great data point yesterday. A YouGov survey showed that a majority of Latino Americans approve of the deportation of illegal immigrants in this country. 48%. There was like three options. You approve, you disapprove, you're unsure. The majority was 48% that they approve of this. You know who opposes this? White liberal females.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
Speaking of people who stand by or don't stand by, NBC News did a focus group on black men who backed Trump and seeing where they are a couple months after, taking office and all the things he's enacted. This is cut 10, Phil. You have it there. There we go.
I'd like to know whether, on balance, you approve or disapprove
Speaking of
what the new administration has done since it took over. So by a show of fingers, who approves what the new administration has done since it took over? Marlon, why do you approve?
5 out of 6?
I approve because he's weeding out a lot of things that the other, I would say, Biden and Kamala Harris disrupted in this United States. There's a lot of things. It's going to be a tough job for him in the Trump administration as a whole. But I'm just willing to wait and see what goes forth from now.
I believe that he's getting rid of the clutter and things that have been there for a long period of time, and he's just cleaning house. But there's a way to do it, and so I don't 100% agree totally how he's cleaning house, but there are some areas that need to be improved within the government.
Oh yeah.
I'd say he said he's going to do some things. He did a lot of things. Whether it actually happens exactly how he wanted it to happen or not, at least he tried and actually did something. So that's more than I can say about the Democrats probably ever.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
5 out of 6 of the black voters for Trump that said, they're enjoying it so far.
They're just trying to find somebody that doesn't agree or regrets the decision.
I'm surprised NBC News didn't just can that interview after they realized that 5 out of 6 were on board.
I got a good idea for MSNBC. He's make it easier for them to find someone who doesn't like Trump. There's a demographic. It's called college-educated white females. Generally, they are the ones who don't like Trump. The rest of the country, I mean, these are numbers. Harry Enton went over this the other day.
Yeah.
The rest of the country is pretty much on board. Now, if the rest of the country would get their head out of its rectum and decide that they're going to vote in special elections, we'd be in a little bit of a better place. So, it's good to support them, but you got to support the whole thing. I understand you're going to vote for a couple of, losers. Some bad ones are going to slip through the cracks.
Yep.
But we got to work to get this agenda passed. We can't keep losing special elections all over the place.
That's correct. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. We've got John Brazier from the Phillies coming up and a big 3. Sean Farish, thank you for your excellent contribution as always, sir.
We're gonna be.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, you're gonna be hearing a lot from Sean because Dawn is on vacation for like 2 weeks. So
I'm going to Italia.
there's gonna be a lot of Sean Farish in the month of April.
Looking forward to it.
ConservativeTours.com.
There you go.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. There he is, Sean Farish. Have a great weekend. We'll come back. We will get to Dawn's Big 3 and then John Brazier from the Phillies. And also, we now have zoomed-in photographic evidence from the unbannable AR-15 on X. If you want to take a look, I will retweet. Have we identified whether or not Bondi's in a skirt?
Oh, boy.
Inquiring minds want to know.
We have visual evidence?
Yes. Maybe Phil can pull this and we'll throw it up on YouTube.
Well, why don't you text him and tell him to pull it instead of just saying, hey, pull this.
That's a good point.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Yeah. Hey, Phil, pull my finger. All right, we're back after this with a big 3. Stay there.
We got to talk about the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, the coupes, the roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity that's of the 2025 GLE SUV. Hey, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or you can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester or Wilmington or Atlantic City. Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
This March, during Hester Chevy's Truck Month, get a new 2024 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Work Truck C71 SSV, just $43,999. Or lease a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT with 2.9% APR for 72 months. Looking for another great lease offer? A 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT lease for just $199 a month for 36 months. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups, plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, as we continue. If my entire body is not in the box on YouTube, it's because Jimmy Kelly just bumped into the camera while he was in here. So
He's legally blind.
yeah.
So
Lights, camera, action. 9:35. We're going to be chatting with John Brazier of the Philadelphia Phillies. And that segment will be brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. More on that coming up in just a little bit. But let's get down to the news. Time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:22.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Natural Lawn of America. In the news, one of the headlines here is that in the city of Philadelphia, what about all these noisy cars, noisy vehicles? Well, now Mark Squilla, city council member of Philadelphia, proposing in this new bill, sponsoring a new bill that would set the tone and actually pay for, or actually pave the way for artificial intelligence to track these individuals and find these individuals. So through AI-powered noise detecting cameras, they would be on a stretch. For example, it would begin as a pilot program, I guess, on South Street in Philadelphia. And then they would have all of these loud, those loud vehicles, and I imagine motorcycles.
Yes.
And so it would detect them, and then you would get a huge, or the ATVs, by the way, and then you would get a huge fine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing that pisses me off more than I'm driving and there's a car right up my bumper, and then as soon as I make a turn or whatever, like right. Oh God,
yeah.
I just want to
I
hope you crash.
Yeah.
I hope you crash. Drive your loud, stupid car into the Delaware River.
Yeah, I've never understood that. Even back when I was, in high school and in college, and everybody was getting like a spoiler or rims or the subwoofers. I've never understood the loud. Is it the exhaust? I don't even know what you call it.
It's a low. It shows low IQ.
Yeah, it's just. I didn't even like it when it was a thing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Now I'm at the point I don't even care for tinted windows anymore.
My car go loud. Now, if you have an old vintage car that does.
Yeah,
that's one thing.
Right.
But if it's a Subaru that you souped up to make loud noises, then you're a special kind of human.
I just love the people that have a 1999 Volkswagen Jetta that's worth $2,200, but they put $8,000 worth of stuff into it. You dopes.
So in other city news, Mayor Sherelle Parker now in her newly proposed budget that we've talked about. But she wants to do her own bit of Doge, if you will, and that would cut a benefit that actually provides free SEPTA passes to city employees. This has been a perk that her administration, that her administration has promoted as a help in workforce recruiting and keeping workers. But now they're saying maybe this is something that should be on the chopping block.
So
should they get free SEPTA?
Well, imagine if a Republican did that. What would the reaction be in the city that they're axing the free SEPTA transportation? I'm guessing there's not a lot of Democrats that are outraged by this with Sherelle at the helm. But how does this improve people's ability to get to work, though? Again, I still don't understand. I can't process how you don't have a car as an adult. But get all the pushback on Twitter. Not everybody could afford one. Well, wait a minute. You have a job.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean you don't have a car? You have a cell phone, don't you? Right?
Well, or pay for your own transport. The city right now spends almost $9 million for these passes. This is for city council members. In the past, they were criticized for getting free parking once they got here, or abusing parking passes, etc. So they would cut it. It would still exist, but it would be cut. It would be reduced to about $5 million for next year, starting next year.
So this is free transportation for those in office?
Yes. Yes.
No.
For city employees.
No.
By the thousands.
No shot.
So they're saying that they would go through, and only, I guess, certain employees, would be. It's called the Key Advantage Program.
Okay.
It's all access, SEPTA monthly passes. So why don't they just give them a discount?
I know.
That's what I would say. I think some of them do get the discount. In any event, we've got that going on. All right, dealer's choice for the number 3 of the big 3. Dealer's choice.
All right, what are the options?
Okay, the options are, you guys sent these to me. One is a vandal strikes a cyber truck and a Tesla owner hits back, or these Bondi boots were made for walking.
Well, let's do the Bondi boots after John Brazier, because I want to keep people on.
Yeah, that way we'll
YouTube.
get both.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in this case, an accused vandal is under investigation right now, and it would, if you look at the video, it sure looks like they are scraping with a key across a Tesla Cybertruck, and this is outside of a spa, which looks fabulous in New Hampshire. And so at this point, the Tesla owner is speaking out, posted this on X, saying our Tesla Cybertruck was vandalized this weekend in New Hampshire. While staying at our hotel, our vehicle was keyed within an hour of arriving. So now there's a crackdown because, as we've talked about, these vehicles are incredible.
Mm-hmm.
You wish everything had this kind of a camera system.
Yep.
And so then this has gone public and all over across social media and in the news. And you can see the person just walking along the right side of the vehicle, pulls it's a metal object, looks like a key from the person's pocket, and just, vandalizes this truck. And so at this point, they're releasing this information, and they've filmed it. And you can clearly see this person.
Mm-hmm.
So they're promising a big crackdown, and this person will have to pay.
So the 360-degree camera for the Tesla, I'm assuming that's a safety feature from the standpoint of not being blindsided or hit it on your. I mean, we have the rear view cameras like on all the vehicles now. Is this just to help you kind of do like a better parallel park job, but it also records? Can you go back and like scroll through the surveillance?
Yes, it's a riding surveillance system.
Okay, but you have the ability as the owner to go back and like revisit the tape.
Yes.
Wow.
So in real time, so the person immediately calls the cops.
It's
and
like a Ring doorbell.
Yeah, like a Ring doorbell.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow.
So then you have the police on camera. I'll quickly say this because we got to get to Brazier, but the police confront the accused person, the vandal, and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. They're like, well, let's look at the video together. It's literally a gotcha.
Yep.
So this person will report to you and follow up on the charges.
That's why these people are so stupid,
Yeah.
because they don't realize they're doing all this vandalism.
Yep.
And they're like this guy, Phil. Can you pull up really quick? Cut 3. This is a very large man on a 4-wheeler.
Oh, the fatso.
And he crashes into a parked Tesla.
Yeah, watch this dope.
Watch this video. YouTube.com/@1210.
Look
at
at
that.
this guy.
Boom!
Look at this
Look
guy.
at that.
Yeah.
Whow.
Man.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
Look at that. He's got the gas in the front.
He's an Oompa Doompa.
Do it again. Do it again, Phil. Look at this.
Is that the dude from MSNBC? Oh, no,
Look
his
at
hair's
that.
not gray.
Can you imagine?
Look at this guy.
All for stupid cars.
These double Ds.
That, by the way, everybody used to love because they save the environment.
Yeah. He just drove an ATV right into it.
Yeah,
Plus, those things are like a tank. He damaged his cool go-kart.
It'd be a real shame if his gas tank in the front of that ATV exploded.
Got to talk about Natural Lawn of America, from organic fertilizers, safe for weed and insect controls. We love Natural Lawn of America. Make sure your lawn thrives naturally, right? Season after season. Choose Natural Lawn. Get free seeding every year. 800 free seed now. Natural Lawn of America sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. Coming up next, John Brazier in studio, and hang on because we will have more
evidence,
details of Pam Bondi.
The boot gate, the boot gate,
Bondi boot gate,
where they boots and a short skirt.
Yes,
we have video evidence.
Yes,
coming up.
Stay tuned,
Before the
Kayal
end
and
of the
Company.
show.
The best 30 minutes still ahead, and we're back after this.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on your conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Call 855-415-ROTH for a free personalized analysis. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 9:36. As we continue, it is a Friday morning. The segment brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders during their Buy More, Save More event, 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders at their store or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. John Brazier from the Philadelphia Phillies, the 1-0 Philadelphia
The undefeated
Phillies.
Philadelphia Phillies.
That's right. That's right. Still a mathematic possibility to go undefeated.
Exactly.
Will it happen? We'll find out as the season progresses. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. Again, yesterday watching the game, I felt like it was a playoff game for me because it's the first game and you want to kind of obviously come into your show with a 1-0 streak, which we did. It was a little hairy.
Yes, it
right?
was. Yes, it was.
We got down. We tied it up. We blew a lead. We tied it, and then we took the lead on Alec Boehm's huge double. So big day.
I still swear that ball grazed Stott on the elbow, and if it did, it was like the cloth on his elbow sleeve. But then the next pitch after the review was a ball anyway. So either way, Stott should have had the first base, and the Phillies should have scored a run there.
Well, and that's why it was so big for Boehm's hit. I mean, it really was because it got a lot of people off the hook.
Yeah,
so,
it really did.
But you want to win that first game. It's not you have 162 games, so
Right.
it's not all important.
Yeah.
But you want to have good momentum. You also don't want to waste a great start by Zach Wheeler.
That's right. It got a lot of people off the hook, especially those that laid 170 to win 100, but that's a personal issue. So John Brazier is with us here in studio with all the upcoming details for the home opener, Monday, March 31st, and everything that's going on at the ballpark, including, and I'm a man of integrity, I will stand by what I said, but I'm willing to try it, the s'more quesadilla. Now, I saw this on television, and I think it was MLB TV was showing all the different venues with all the new food items this year, and in their top 5 was Citizens Bank Park with the s'more quesadilla. I'm happy to do a food test and a food drop on the air if you guys would like to bring one at some point this season.
Done.
No!
Done. Because I tell you what, we always have one item that stands out. Now, we have a big press conference tonight.
Yep.
So I can't divulge all the secrets, but because that one was leaked,
yes,
that is the one that really stood out. S'mores quesadilla. For those that don't know, it's Nutella, mini marshmallows. You got graham cracker crumble, and you got a crispy flour tortilla.
Okay.
So it's probably not recommended by 9 out of 10 cardiologists, but it's Nick, we can bring one in for you.
I would love to try it. What else do we have coming up with the team?
Well, first of all, on Monday, weather permitting, we have it's opening day presented by Nemours Children's Health. If you don't have a ticket, still come down because the team store opens at 10 o'clock. I was in there yesterday. Some great swag. You've got NL East champion swag. You got opening day swag. You got Fanatic, a lot of Fanatic gear. I think when Bryce Harper had that Fanatic tattoo on his arm. I think that inspired the buyers down there to say, you know what, we need a lot of Fanatic merch. So can't go wrong with Fanatic merch. So that's open 10 o'clock to the public. If you don't have a ticket, you can also come down to the Budweiser block party from 12:30 to 2:30. We have a DJ, HBK. We got face painters, food trucks, beer trucks, merch tents. And then if you're lucky enough to have a ticket, 12:35, the gates open. You can come in. Every fan's going to get a 2024 NL East Champions pennant.
Nice.
And of course, on opening day, we have traditions. So we have the walkthrough where the players come in from the outfield, come down the steps, and they come onto the field through a sea of red. We've got all the 50 state flags and the giant American flag, which is my favorite when they unfurl that.
Yep.
We've got a cool player intro this year. Singing the national anthem is a tradition. Kayal
Okay.
does it right in front of his
Nice.
dad's statue, which is awesome.
Beautiful.
We have a flyover, 177th Fighter Wing for F-16s that'll be doing that during the national anthem. And then we have the first pitch. Now we have a Nemours Children's Health patient, which is always very sentimental.
Yeah.
And then we have a surprise. Obviously, I can't tell you what it is, but I think the fans will love it.
Okay.
And that is, and then Let's Go Phils.
Wow.
You mentioned Kane Callis. I told the story earlier this morning. I'm taking the girls to dance yesterday. We've got the game on WIP. I'm listening to Fransky. It's just amazing to me. You know, my girls, they still don't understand the nostalgia of baseball on the radio. They're 10-year-old dancers. So, everything, if it's not on YouTube or an app, they have no concept of a channel or the radio dial. You talk about Cal. To replace Harry Callis is almost an impossible task. But Scott Fransky has done it about as seamlessly as possible. And we remember Harry used to do radio and TV. Yeah. And I just sit there, and I know people give Tom McCarthy guff. He's not Harry on TV. But the love and adoration that this fan base has for Fransky and the way his demeanor is, the way he just calmly delivers the game. I'm a big believer in less is more. And Scott Fransky gives you that.
Well, I think Fransky and L.A. are the version of Whitey and Harry.
Yes.
Right? They're
Yes.
this generation's Whitey and
Absolutely
Harry.
right.
And you're exact. And they play off each other. You can really tell that they like each other a lot, that they're friends off the air.
Right.
Sometimes you don't. You've been in the radio a long time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're not exactly friends with people, but
Right.
you work with them.
Right. Dawn hates Greg. We know that.
Right, exactly.
I love
I wasn't
Greg.
trying to bring that up. But yeah, you can really tell that Fransky and L.A. and they have such a great, whatever you want to say, was it synchronicity or whatever you want to call
Chemistry.
it? Chemistry.
Yep.
That Fransky's got the dry sense of humor. LA's, one of my favorite people on this earth. So,
Yeah.
And going back to Harry, there's not a day still. I had the pleasure of working with Harry for a long time, and I'm telling you, when we walk through the halls, all the employees, there's not a day you don't do a Harry Callis impression, right? Because you can't help imitate his voice. It's like
You're
Merrill.
right.
You hear Merrill's voice
Yeah.
too.
All the guys down the hall yesterday were giving out their predictions for the season, win totals, who's going to have a breakout year, things like that. And I checked the Vegas odds makers, and the Phillies are only at 90.5 wins as the over-under. I mean, I don't understand, and I don't do sports anymore, but I look at this team, certainly going to go over 90 wins. I think this is a 95 to a 98 win team this year. And they're going to be on the short list with, the Yankees, the Dodgers, and the Braves. And I know some people are not ecstatic about what they did or did not do in the offseason. It's, to me, the only thing that separates this team from winning a championship or not is whether or not they go cold at the wrong time. This team is absolutely talented enough to win. I don't get the Rob Thompson disrespect, and I see it all the time on Twitter. I mean, really, in 3 straight years, if you don't go cold in October, this team is talented enough to beat the Yankees, beat the Dodgers, and win the whole thing finally.
Well, I'll put our starting rotation right now. If we say healthy, you're exactly right.
Yes.
I'll put our starting rotation. It might be one of the best starting rotations we've ever had. When you look at Zach Wheeler, obviously you saw what he did yesterday. You have Nola, and the guy that's going to be the huge, I think, when you've talked to all the different writers, you talk to the people in the know that went down to spring training, Christopher Sanchez, who's going to be pitching the opener on Monday, that guy's a dark horse for the Cy Young. I mean, he has added a pitch. He's got more experience. His velocity's up. And then obviously you have Ranger Suarez, and you got the new guy, Luzardo.
Yep.
And you have Andrew Painter coming in the wings that's going to come in, June, July. So you've got the makings, again, stay healthy. Best ability is availability.
Yeah.
That they stay healthy, and then you have the lineup, and then it's added Max Kepler, who is down in spring training. He's a beast, and look at some of his numbers that he's had with Minnesota. He kind of was obscured a little bit by being in the American League and being in Minnesota, but he's going to add a lot of value. And then the bullpen, it can be up and down every year, but
well, so can the bullpen for 27 other franchises in this league, right?
how about Alvarado in spring training? He struck out 20 people in 9 innings.
I know.
So, and last night he, dominated again. So
Yep.
he could be in for a big year.
So the bottom line is everybody, we should declare Monday a national holiday.
I agree.
Yes,
here,
of course.
here in
That's right.
Philadelphia, and everybody should play hooky and go to the opening day here in at Citizens Bank Park and come early for the festivities.
Yeah,
Exactly right.
Find a fill-in for me Monday. I'm not coming in.
And by the way, Henry Machette, the Dom's producer, will be down there live before the game starts, getting fans' reaction and stuff like that. So 12:10 will have a presence. So if you're going to opening day,
Find Henry.
Find Henry.
Yes.
That'll be easy to do.
It's
And let me
3:05.
tell you too that when you come into the ballpark,
Yep.
whether it's Monday or during the season, you're going to be. There's a lot of cool visuals, which I can again. We're gonna announce it tonight, but some involve LEDs.
Oh,
that the visuals and the sound is going to be like you've never heard before or seen before.
Real quickly, as far as the release of the information tonight, can people get it on the website? Is it print? Is it streamed?
You can. Well, I think it should be streamed, but
Okay.
definitely on the website as well.
Okay.
And all the TV stations, radio stations will be down there. So.
All right, great.
What time is it? Is it going to be during the Zioli show? What time? Is
3:05 is.
No, your news conference tonight.
Early evening.
Okay, so probably during the Zioli show.
Early evening.
So maybe he'll take a part of it.
Very vague, by the way.
Yeah,
I know.
Well,
really quick here, Nick had a good point about kids. That it's a tradition. We talked this morning because we come in the dark in the morning, the city lit up in red, Boathouse Row. There's a real tie between the success of a sports team, the success of a city, and then bringing forth the next generation.
Yep.
Take us through what the Phillies, when you look toward, making sure that the children of the future, right, whether the teens, the little ones, that they are Phils fans.
Well, you're exactly right. And baseball, it is built on tradition. And I think all the things we do as far as whether it's entertainment, whether it's food options, whether it's giveaways, whether it's the Fanatic, you're building that fan base. I know when my daughter was young, she went there for the Dippin' Dots or the ice cream and the Fanatic and maybe the giveaways. And then you kind of grow into the sport, and then you start getting maybe into the stats and into the team and the players. So I think baseball does lend itself to a big family entertainment for growing as a family. The parents might want to see the stats and the players.
Yeah.
The kids want to see the Fanatic and walk around the ballpark. The teens want to go hang out in Ashford Alley. So there's something for everybody.
That's
and
right.
That's the beauty of the sport.
And the dads want the beer and the sausage. So there you go.
Exactly.
Great to see you, and I look forward to the quesadilla with the s'more.
There you go. I'm bringing it
John
right to you.
Brazier from the Phillies.
Go
Great
Phils.
stuff. Enjoy
Love you,
opening
John.
day. Great to see you. We're back after this to put a bow on this Friday show.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC. 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:53, Kayal and Company, a Friday morning as we get set to hand it off to Dawn Stensland. But before we find out what she has lined up, I ship it on over to Phil Omquist with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 28th, we celebrate the birthday of Steve Turner from Mudhoney, who's 60. Singers include Bullet Train by Judas Priest in 98. Talk the Town by the Pretenders in 80, and Are You Ready by AC/DC in 91. Albums include Houses of the Holy by Led Zeppelin in 73, Smokin' by Humble Pie in 72, Straight Shooter by Bad Company in 82, The Division Bell by Pink Floyd in 94, Big Hits by the Stones in 66, Loverboy's debut in 80, and yes, Duke by Genesis in the UK on the same day. Also in 2005, U2 opened their Vertigo tour I saw it in New Jersey with my sister. In 81, Raptured by Blondie was atop the singles chart. In 76, Phil Collins took over as lead singer for Genesis. In 74, Blue Suede's Hooked on a Feeling was certified gold. And in 67, Van Morrison recorded Brown Eyed Girl. But lastly, on this day in 75, at an Elvis show in Vegas, Barbra Streisand went backstage and offered Elvis the lead role to her upcoming film A Star is Born. Elvis was interested, but after advice from his manager, Chris Christopherson, was chosen instead. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lump.
That's actually a piece of really cool information.
Oh, I figured you were going to be more like...
After 300 of these, you finally...
I like that. All right, we have to...
Dawn Stensland up next. What do we have, Dawn?
We have so much breaking with Trump news. What story is going to drop? It is a Friday, so we have to predict the news dump du jour. a lot of Doge news. Kathy Barnett will be along in the 11 o'clock hour. What project is an important local project she's involved with? So we'll get all of that. And I believe that we have one of the Tesla organized. We have multiple Tesla protests over the weekend. So a lot of people banding up, just trying to show their support for Tesla and peace. All of it coming ahead.
All right. The Dawn Show is up next.
And don't forget Phil Omquist, This Week in Music History, tomorrow night, Saturday night at 11 p.m. It will be available on the Rewind. It wasn't last week. It will be available on the Rewind. So if you can't stay up, you want to do it Sunday morning, you can do it Sunday morning.
And here's a preview. I pissed a lot of people off this week.
All right. I like that.
Already?
I like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Guaranteed to get better ratings than SNL.
Yep.
Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Enjoy the weekend. Dawn is next. We'll see you Monday morning at 6 a.m.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs and career-relevant